Good morning, good morning, good morning. There we go. Good morning, everybody. Let's do a mic check. I need to open up this chat real quick. Hang on, guys. Check. All right, we got a CPI today. Going to be a pretty important day overall. We're going to see some wild moves. Want to make sure that we position ourselves accordingly. I do want to get us set up the right way. Let me just go ahead and get these links out for us real quick. All right. One thing I'm missing here is I don't have my chat control, which I can't see it. It's fine. All right, let's take a look. We get the symmetrical. I think the symmetrical can actually break out during the CPI, to be honest with you. Good morning, good morning. God bless. Good morning, good morning. God bless, God bless. I think we can see a breakout to the upside. If you guys are just kind of strolling in now, fantastic. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Please give me the opportunity just to get some word over you before we start deep diving into all of this. Just want to start our days off right. Father God, thank you for a new day and a new stream. Thank you for bringing us back with breath in our lungs, strength in our bodies, and purpose in our hearts. Today we stand on Psalms 91, 14 through 15. You said that when we love you and know your name, you will rescue us, lift us up, hear us when we call, and be with us in trouble, and deliver us and honor us. So Lord, we choose to set our love on you this morning, not on money, not on the markets, not on winds, but on you. As we trade and study today, be with us in every decision, deliver us from fear, from overtrading, and from impulse. Lift us above confusion and chaos. Remind us that when we call, you answer. Let the stream be marked by your peace, not anxiety, by clarity, not noise, by discipline, and not emotions. Cover every person here and every family represented. Protect our minds, our accounts, and our homes. And as we move through this session, help us remember we're not doing this alone. You're with us in every candle, every setup, and every storm. We dedicate this day, this stream, and this community to you. We pray all this in Jesus' name. Amen. Good morning, guys. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Need to get a couple of these links out. I do want to take a look at some of this liquidity over here too, just kind of observing this on the other side. I think relatively it's going to be a busy day. You know, there's a small little pocket that sits right over here. I think that's a little bit easier, but I mean, we've already revisited this area quite a few times, so I think coming down a little bit lower, you know, into those 2900s, it's not off the table. But what would really be ideal to see is to really run all these shorts that are down here, run all these shorts from up here, and put us somewhere around, 3300s, even potentially, even if we're going to see like an extreme push, 3600s. Like that's what I would see. I'd say like minimum like 3400s. If we're going to have like a really strong push to the upside, then that's what I'd be looking for. And then ultimately, like if we're going to have a strong move down to the downside, then I'm targeting, 2900s, and that kind of gets a little bit lower. I mean, we can come all the way down to 2500s, to be quite honest, if we're going to be extremely bearish here. Upper 2500s, like the 2592, inside that ballpark range. Give me a second, guys. I'm making some coffee at the same time here, so coffee just finished. I'm going to put the charts back on for us here, though. All right, I'm back. Need to get this chat sequence back open on OBS here. I don't remember where it is, but I'll look for that here in a little bit. I'm trying to find that. Yeah, I mean, so let me back up. Yes, there's CPI news. I'm not necessarily a fundamental trader. I'm predominantly technical, right? Like 99.9% of how I do my setups or how I look at things is purely from like technical perspectives. I don't ignore, the fundamental news that's out there, but my designs mainly are not going to be correlated with CPI news. So it's a long way of answering your question. Yes, I'm going to scalp because whether it's CPI or not, I was still going to end up scalping today. I do think we can get some bigger pushes, though. I do think we can get some bigger pushes because of the news. And so I want to go ahead and make sure I have everything on, an hour before or so market opens. I kind of want to start looking at everything. It's still running warm, but I've seen that before. I've seen us run warm, get a little hot, still run warm, come down from that, and then run back hot again. Kind of similar here, ran hot, then kind of running warm. This looks like it's accumulation, just kind of this sideways movement. Or accumulation here. Consider it was accumulating here inside of this area. That's really what this move is. Pretty boring in that sense. For the first time, though, we did close above 31.23 in a long time. Well, I might sound a little dramatic with that, but since the 8th. It's been about almost, a little bit over a week or a little under a week, since we've closed over that number. So from a technical perspective, just kind of ignoring CPI news, right? If I wasn't focusing on CPI, I'm looking at the technicals. I'm like, all right, there was a key level that was reclaimed. All right, we had that doji, which is indecision. Follow now that we have a bullish engulfing for the next candle here. So if I got to go 4 back, 1, 2, 3, 4, you know, it's probably going to try to come and test this area, 31.13, somewhere into that area. I wouldn't be shocked if it comes to that level. If it closes underneath that, then it's going to try to flip the setup phase, and it's still going to try to aim for these levels to clear that level. But right now, that doesn't look to be the case. I need to figure out how to add your guys' chat box here in OBS. I forgot where that is. Let's look at a couple different things as well too here. That was liquidity there. Let's look at some of these order blocks where some of these orders are going to be sitting. Let's kind of get ahead of this. What the heck is that doing that? That's way down here. I'm like, what's going on? Yeah, it's got a little bit of a floor down here. 90. 97.11. That would be a push down. Hey, Google, stop. Is BTC? Why is BTC from this perspective? Looks like it would want to come and tap into this 90 area, which is still relatively bullish, right? Like if it can maintain and hold that level. I want to look at some order blocks here for ETH. You know, 3200s, yeah, for sure. 3220s, 3300s. Decent blocks at 3100s. All right. I want to combine that here. I'm going to go to the charts real quick too. Let's take a look at some dynamics with that. I see where they're looking at. Okay. 3208. There's a small little cluster there. There's way more to the downside though, but figure that out. Good old coffee. I've already stripped majority of my short out once we got to these levels late last night. I believe this was Asia. Once we started climbing above that, I was like, okay, I'm out. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. All right. There you go. They're on that BS. I believe we got a CPI already. 23 minutes. Oh, that's Redbook, excuse me. $8.30. Yeah, CPI is already out. Lower. That's good. That's good. That looks kind of bullish. Let's see what we can get for that. Probably get a couple little squeezes inside that area. Yeah, I think I'm really curious to see what's going on around this area, this zone, these levels. It's just from a lower time frame perspective. I want to observe and see what's going to go on there. See if we can get a big push into 3180s, if not higher. Just looking at this from a symmetrical perspective as well too, you know, it's a 50-50 type of move. So we can see a move to the upside versus also a move down to the downside. Not really interested in here in shorting this area personally. Just letting the longs run. The market isn't, New York markets is not even open yet. So I would anticipate we'll probably see a squeeze down first, and then we'll see a big push to the upside. If I were to be a betting man. Good morning, good morning, good morning, guys. Good morning. God bless you guys. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Feel free to ask any questions if you have any. Happy to assist however I can. I mean, essentially, we have bullish news from a fundamental perspective, so we should have moves to the upside. But then again, it's crypto, so anything can happen in that regard. Let's take a look at this on lower time frame. So what do we got? Like 6 hours left on that candle. That should be, watch that be a pump candle. Yeah, so I don't have New York open yet. Give me a quick second, guys. All right. Yeah, we should be squeezing up, man. That should. I don't know how many of you guys are long, or how many of you guys are held on to your long from yesterday. But if you didn't, that's all right. We're going to look for some fresh positions. We're going to wait for that New York Open. I'm leaning more towards, really leaning more towards a flush to the upside, but we could see a scan wick down first, then we'll get a push up. So just being prepared for that because it was CPI day. So I'm just reviewing some stuff on my side. So if it seems a little quiet, I'm doing things behind the scenes here. Hang on. Hmm. Maybe I'll figure that out different time. I can't find this sequence. Okay, let's come back over to 2 minutes. Yeah, let's get a little squeeze up first. Maybe come back and retest these areas over here during New York. So 31.23 inside that area. That would be ideal. Excuse me. Hmm. There you go. Nice test. So I'm kind of seeing, I want to make sure that we can maintain this area over here inside this zone. If we can maintain that, then we have a good probability of continuation up to the outside. Just remember on the 610, I was just looking at just now, counting 4 back. 1, 2, 3, 4. This area right over here. I'm actually gonna go ahead and take out the heat maps here for a second, just so we can actually see the candle coloration. Right, this level right over here. So I'm not opposed to seeing 3,114, that level being tested. Hmm. There's so many things I need to start adding to this OBS. down the road for us. And this is really residue, to be quite honest with you. This New York PM high and the New York PM low. This is obviously from yesterday. But you can see what's going on there. We're just kind of maintaining those levels. This got blown out, so, well, not, it served its purpose. We no longer need that, really, to be quite honest with you. I was just utilizing that out on a 1 minute. Oh, docs, there it is. Yeah, that's what we're looking for. Okay, I found it. Hmm. I'm going to flip back over to see some of these order blocks here. Let's check on some of our good old whales here. What are they doing here first thing this morning? Let me see how many of them are short. It looks like a couple of them started opening this morning. Yep. $31.13, bro. That's fair. Morning, morning, morning. All right, let's see how many of them are long and where they're long from. I just want to get an idea as far as where some of these big boys are at. Bro, this guy literally long the top. Oh. Hmm. 151,000. It's not that big, but in the grand scheme of whales, that's what I'm referring to. That felt like a little bit of a gamble move, bro. To be longing 31.49. Like, quite literally, you just longed right over here. I don't know. That feels kind of risky to me, in my opinion. What's going on, Whacker? Suck on pens is your name? No. That's your username, bro. I had to read that one slowly. I was like, wait, hold on. What does that say? All right, so let me head back over to the charts real quick. I don't know why this chat is so small though. There we go. There we go. There, it's opened up now. There it is. There we go. Just making sure that we have this. That works. Okay. All right, that's good. Good morning. Good morning. So as we were just kind of waiting for New York to open, we did get some bullish news with the CPI. Maybe we don't see the effect of that just yet. In a perfect world for me would be, you know, maybe getting a small little push down to these levels right over here, 31.23, maintaining and holding that level. As we were just referring to the 610, right? We did close above it, but I'm not opposed to seeing some type of move down to these levels and then back up. I'm going to remove these here in a couple minutes, just because we got New York opening up here like in the next 45 minutes or so. But we'll just maintain them for right now. No, I'm good morning, Rebel. Yeah, no, I'm still long. I'm long from the 3064, and I had some small add backs to that. So I am long from the you know, sub 3100 handles, if you will. I'm just holding on to that one there. I want to see what the reaction looks like right around like 3180. I want to see if we can flush all these levels, you know, into these levels right over here, even up to 3196 inside those zones. I mean, we do have some liquidity pockets that sit over here. That's just on a lower time frame. If we come over to, let's say, like a 21 minute, see, it's this area right over here. These are the areas that I was kind of focusing on, seeing if we can get a break out of this symmetrical. I'd probably look to scalp short in that area, and if it can maintain, if we can bounce off of this trend line here, then from a just pure technical perspective, then we would go higher. But we could always see a fake out to the upside, and then quite literally just push all the way right back down. So just gearing up for both of those sides. Name, I praise. Got a fight going on over here, but I mean, if you took the opportunity here and then, you know, to short this area, then you know, I would treat those as scalps. Me personally, I would just treat those as scalps. If it doesn't give me my levels, if it doesn't give me like 3180s, and above in those areas and doesn't give me the opportunity to short, I'm not going to force it. I'll just wait. Then I'll just wait. And if it comes all the way back down to my entry as far as where my long is at, then I'll just wait for the entry for the long. That's just kind of going to be the way that I view that, how I would handle that. Today's going to be a little bit of a longer stream, guys, so feel free to pop in, pop out, do what you got to do. I plan on being here through Asia tonight. That's the goal. That's the goal. So we got plenty of time, plenty of opportunities to find some setups, find some trades, get our bearings on which direction this market really wants to go in. I will say crypto Twitter is extremely bullish though. Extremely bullish. Actually, let's go see what's going on Twitter here. Hang on, let me log in here. Uh, 603. Of course, CPI. Yeah, we probably get a push here. Hold on. Did I read that wrong on my chart? Let me go back to that real quick. Hang on. Oh, it's unchanged. Okay. It's lower than expected. Okay, that's what I thought. It's unchanged though. It's lower than expected. Yeah. Should get a push, but we might get some neutral. Let's just play the range, boys. Play the range. You shorted a bit at 31.22. We'll close, but waiting for a push lower. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, we are seeing some exhaustions here in this area. I think we had a wave 5 that sat right around 31.57. We can get rid of that now. We actually don't need that. Actually, if I'm really going to be measuring this out the right way, and let's flip this up. And that's an extension level. So I utilize these timeframes, one, because it just has different data. The fib levels is based on Fibonacci math. If you just understand how that sequence works, you know, 1 plus 1 is 2, 2 plus 1 is 3, 3 plus 2 is 5, 5 plus 3 is 8, 8 plus 5, 13, so forth and so on. So I'll give you guys a glimpse as far as like these are the timeframes that I utilize, the ones that you see that are starred. Obviously 15 minutes is there, can't delete it. 30 minutes is there, all those are there, but the ones that you see started is going to be based on Fibonacci. And so I mainly use them because other traders don't use them. And I can get slightly different data, you know, so instead of me looking at a 4 hour, you know, I'll come to a 233. It's not a guarantee saying that, you know, that's a better time frame than what other people are using. It's just an edge, if you will. Just having an edge. I mean, honestly, if I'm looking for like decent shorts, I really want to just see this area flushed. I don't want to keep living here. I don't want to stay. I want to get out of this range. I would like to see us break out of this range. I have an alarm on there too, so I'll leave that alarm. Well, I want to break out of this range. So, you know, the shorting 3150s or anything like of that nature, then I would just treat them as scalps. Personally, we're gonna go over to a 610 real quick and see what's going on. I'll go back to a 377 as well too, and let's look at some other things here. You know, we got bullish setup right now. Not looking at TD9 sequential, just literally what DMI is telling us. You know, you got ADX that's lifting up that DI positive. RSI is above a baseline. Money flow is above a baseline. Wave trend is showing us a little bit of divergence, but that's okay. Ideally, you'd want to see a buy signal that's down here inside these areas. But it is 50-50 from an imbalance perspective. And that's just on that time frame. I'm going to go a little bit higher, go back to 610. We do have a buy signal here on that small little dip. RSI rising. DI positive is trying to maintain momentum. If this starts flexing up and ADX follows behind it, follows suits, we should see a pretty intense pump. I think you're better off to be heavier on the longs than the shorts. At least I mean, there's going to be scalp opportunities. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to fade those. But I think, in my opinion, you'll be better off getting into a nice long. So if you get a dip in the market, I'd be looking at that as a buy opportunity. But the magic question would be is like, how much is that going to dip? Coffee is so good. Gosh, coffee is so good. You get 30 minutes and counting. No, I don't trade silver, gold, or anything like that. Mainly just ETH. Mainly just ETH. I do want to take a look at USDT. You just reminded me. What is going on? Oh, there you go. Let's look at this from daily. See this brown box? It loves to sit inside there. If this thing decides to push up into this green box, then we're going to see a pretty good dip for ETH. I would if we get into these levels, I would anticipate ETH to touch that 2,900 handle inside this area right over here. So what is that? That's 6.24. That's the top of that. 6.12, 6.162 will most likely probably come right back to that same levels that we were at just the other day, which is the 3050s, maybe 3040s, even so. Maybe we'll get a small little sweep inside those areas down to like 3022. I have some targets that sit over there. But if it does the opposite, just based on sequential count and where it's at currently, you got divergence that sits right over there. There's really no buy signal, so it's kind of pointing towards more down. We got a DMI with ADX above a baseline, but DI negative is below baseline. So we got to see that this rises up. If that rises and this decides to plummet down to like 5.457, ETH is going to surge. ETH is going to surge. So just being patient with this here, right? Just being patient with it. No, it's a strong move. Dumping into New York. And if you did short that area, then just maintain it, right? See, like this area right over here where we had PM lows. You know, if I'm shorting, I'm scalping that area. See how we're now bouncing off that. We're constantly bouncing off that area. And then the key level is going to be 31.23. Maintaining 31.23 is pretty bullish. It's pretty bullish. Three, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna go with this with a 5. So then A, B, and then C. So I should expect to see some type of impulse going up in this area. I look for a new subwave count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to the upside. And you could also look at it like this too. All right, if we can maintain that trend up. But ideally, we need a flush on either side, man. We need a flush. So we're inside the symmetrical. I'm gonna zoom out for us. Go to 610. You can see the symmetrical that we're in. And symmetricals are 50-50. Typically, they have a greater probability of breaking out from the side that created it. So the side that created it was a down move. So it's a 50-50 chance, but leaning, let's just, say 51-49%, if you will. Splitting hairs. It has a breakout down to the downside. And that measured move essentially would just be the height of that symmetrical. So let's assume, let's say we get that back down to these levels. That's what I would look for. And that puts us right in that 2900 area that we're looking at. Finally flushes this area. Brings us to a 89-minute fib level that we've been eyeballing. See? Brings us to these levels. So I would probably target somewhere around here. And some inside this area. If we get down to those levels. It's pretty big sell pressure there. And it's still maintaining this trend line right here. It's trying to break out of that trend line from this downtrend. we'll probably have a good long opportunity if we get into these levels, to be quite honest with you. That's why I'm looking at it. Yeah, I mean, if we get to 2990s, 2980s, whatever, what have you, those levels, like we need to move up, because then that just means wave 4 wasn't complete, and that's going to be like the line in the sand for wave 4. If we lose that level, then we're going to be going much lower. 2600, 2700 inside those levels. If we lose that. And a symmetrical kind of plays on, it's not a reversal, it's more of like of a continuation. That's what I was saying. It's like it's 50-50, right? So if we get a breakout to the upside, then it's continuation of this accumulation, and then we have breakout, then we can move higher. And if it's a breakdown to the downside, then it's a continuation of this downtrend coming down lower. So they're continuation patterns, they're not reversal patterns. Some people had that issue yesterday. I don't know how to fix that on your side. I think it's like mixed views. Some people saying that they have good views, they can see it clearly. Maybe if you hit the gear icon and adjust the resolution, maybe that helps. I don't know. I'm just speculating. I'm gonna try to set up my camera for you guys by tomorrow. I'm not gonna front. I was beat yesterday. Literally, when we hopped off this stream, I had to do my own sessions, and then I was tired. So let's see if I have enough energy to do that later today. Hang on real quick, guys. Be right back. Well, you don't have to unpeel them, not for me. I'm fine. I can manage that. Just for you, so you can take some with you. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at on mobile on my side. My side. If I zoom in, I can see that it's a little bit blurry, but I can make it out. Like I 3. I don't know. I can make it out. I can see the 2965 at 2.24. I can see the 2.618 that sits around 2916.57 levels. I don't know. I wish I can give you better. Yeah, that might work. Could you just change the quality on your end? So I think some of you guys shorted somewhere around this area, like 3150 or what have you. or maybe you didn't. I'm not exactly sure, but if you did, you know, looking at these as scalps, right? Just take that profit. I think we had a shaved bottom right here, and it just cleared that. Oh no, it wasn't shaved bottom. Okay. It's a pretty big block if we measure it that way. Ideally, we want to see that flipped. And again, as long as we can maintain this area, even down to here, right? Even if we get a push down to this level, so if I count 4 back, about I got 6 hours left on this candle, so there's a lot of time on here. So even if I get a push down into these levels, 31.14, but then I pull back up, I still maintain the bearish setup phase. Where see right now I'm printing a 1 and a 2. It would flip to a bullish setup phase if I close underneath this level right over here. So 31.14. Let's just go ahead and mark that off, so we have that for reference. That's going to be one of the levels that we're going to be looking to maintain. There you go. Looks like somebody prayed. So if we surpass this 888 level, and we're just measuring this move right over here, right? From this high, that swing high, to the swing low right here. So everything in between here, we're still inside of an internal structure. Everything inside here is internal structure. So for us to break that structure, we need to get into these levels right over here. These are going to be the extension fib levels that we're looking at. And if any of you guys are confused as far as how to utilize fib levels or anything like that, feel free to go through my YouTube, or if you're inside Discord, take a look at the pin section. There's a couple videos there on using fib levels. This would be like the ideal area just to squeeze everybody. This would feed into my 89-minute thesis. That would assume that wave 4 was already done, where we tapped into lower levels. So this would feed into my wave 5 thesis, which is 33.35. If we can go ahead and start taking liquidity inside this area over here. That's 3,500. I'm going to come down to 33. Yeah, see, 33.50. You got a decent order block there. It's small. It's not that big. People are adding to it and then not. So just be ready for that. I would definitely look for a short opportunity around that level. That would wipe out. Let's go back over to the charts real quick, because we do have an imbalance on an 89-minute from this level right over here. We do have an imbalance that sits over here. So that would clear that area. Yeah, and that puts us right around here, these levels. I'm sorry, it wasn't here. It was here. My apologies. It was here. There was an imbalance that set right over here from a sequential count perspective. So it would clear that imbalance because we have a 9 that's lower. Believe this was like a 3. So that would clear that level and get us into these zones. New York should take us there. Maybe get a small little dip first. But let's measure out those levels once 9:30 kicks around. What up? What up? Good morning. Good morning. God bless you. Appreciate you being here. So a good strong move to the upside, just breaking us out of this area. I would obviously maintain my longs, still maintaining my longs, but this would be, from lower time frames, it looks like a gigapump, but that's kind of what it would look like on lower time frames. Getting above here and then pushing up to these levels. So just be careful on those shorts. That's all I'm saying. Just be careful on those shorts. If you are shorting, treat them as scalps. Yeah, relatively flat. But it's, it wasn't worse than expected, right? Expected was 2.7 and we got 2.6, which is identical to the prior. So it's somewhat bullish, if that makes any sense. Yeah, and if we get a push down to the downside, 2900s is what we're looking at. So it's a wide range. But if we get down to 2900s, 2980s, 2940s, 2950s inside those levels, those are going to be, I think those are going to be some good long opportunities for us. If we get a good push into, 3300s and maybe a little bit higher, I think that's going to be a good opportunity for some shorts. But those shorts would be like short term. I wouldn't be holding those on for a long time. The sweet spot, in my opinion, the sweet spot would be if we got to like 3,600, 3,800, then I would be looking for some swing shorts, and then coming right back down, going through the month of February through March. Nine minutes. 9 minutes. New York's really going to give the direction here. But bouncing off of that yesterday, New York PM low, it's a healthy sign because we're maintaining this 31.23, so that's a good sign for New York just to open and go whoop. That's really what we're looking at, to be honest with you guys. Those are the two directions that we can possibly go into. You'd probably see a little bit of turbulence here inside this area, maybe get a push up, starts coming right back down, doing one of these, and then pushes all the way back up again. This 0.786, that's not going to maintain. That's not going to do anything for us. All right, hang on real quick. Just, we got a 9 printing here. Let's see what this 9 gives us. Maybe we can get back into that red box and let's see how that handles, because that's coming right before New York Open. So don't be shocked, right? Don't be surprised if you're like, yo, this thing's just boomed. Yep. We do have an 8 that printed higher though. So let's go ahead and put a poll in here. Let's see what you guys got. I put a poll in there for you guys. See what your guys' thoughts are. Remember, we're in a symmetrical, so it's 50-50. I mean, you're not wrong. You're just taking like an educated guess, if that makes sense. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking at. We'll see how it maintains here. But I think somebody made that comment earlier, considering that everyone's bullish, New York might just want to do the opposite, just flush everyone down to the downside first, flush out all of those 3,060, 3,050 longs, because there is liquidity that sits there. Leverage positions have just been building, building, and building, and building. So if it was going to take any liquidity, like if we revisited 3,090, 3,060, I don't think that's a long opportunity, in my opinion. And remember, we got the order blocks that sit, right over here. This is getting thicker and thicker. This was like right around 104. We have some more here that sit right at 33, 32 inside those areas, even at 3,300. So people are going to try to start building there. There's a little bit of a thicker block that sits around 33, 32. You got some people that want to do 32.20. 30, is that 32? Yeah, 32.20. But it gets thicker here. And so let's look at that from a liquidity perspective. Yeah, that's right underneath here. That's right inside this pocket right here. That's this little pocket. So tapping into all this little area right over here. Giga pump would be coming straight into like 36.86. Nice. Good push. Good push. That's what we like to see. That's what we like to see. Tapping into that box again. It's all right. Let's see what we can maintain. I think somebody shorted 31.50, and I'm hoping you took profit. Or somebody was asking about shorting 31.50. Now, let's just wait. Let's give it like literally another minute. That lead up phase is printing a 2, so that lead up phase doesn't look like it's exhausted yet. Here we go. Go time, boys. On an uptrend, yeah, this thing looks like it wants to go. Okay. Stop. There we go. Gave you a small little dip. There we go. My apologies. There we go. We got some charts on here. New York open high, New York open low. You guys know the drill. We're looking for the breaks above, breaks below. So since we're inside this range, you know what I mean? Like, not really something I want to look into to trading per se. Like once we're inside here, so relatively neutral. Looking for a break above, and then we want to see how that maintains. What does that look like on 89-minute? Yeah, it's this candle right here. It's on this 89-minute. And that's pretty aggressive. I feel like ETH is due. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like it's due for some type of push. If this whole candle retraces, my goodness. No bueno. We're still on the 5-minute candle, so I just need to adjust this. Range is just wider. The bottom of this candle. 31.38, and we still have 31.23. You can come down lower. You got 2 more minutes to finish creating this range. And even longing from this area, that still feels risky, to be quite honest. So it's gonna be a high risk day, even if you're longing, you're in no positions. For the market high and low, 5-minute. We utilize the 5-minute for the high for that, and then the low for that. So we have like literally 1 more minute left, waiting to see if this little range is developed. Then I'm looking for breaks down to the downside, or I'm looking for breaks to the upside. Everything's kind of pointing towards a move to the upside, at least from that time frame perspective. And I think just logically, you know, taking out all these shorts, all these, taking all these out, that would be a very, 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 very good day. All right, 5 minutes develops. We're on a new 5-minute here. Now we're looking for those breaks. We want to see what's going to break. Inside here is really neutral, guys, to be quite honest. I mean, safer bets are waiting for a break below and then getting a retest and then looking for that short. And it's rejecting that high. Swimming. Yeah, 33.50 would be great. I would love to see that. Nice break above. This is kind of what we're looking for. That's what we're looking for. Push out these shorts. Keep going. Keep that same momentum. Push, push, push. There you go. That looks good. I want to look for an add back somewhere around here on my long. It'll be risky for me, but my average is fine, so I can afford the risk. But if we have a push down back into this level to retest this level, that's what I'd be looking for. If we don't even get that and this thing just teleports, then just maintain and hold along. I wouldn't be adding to it. Yep. This is a confirmation candle that we're looking at right now. I'm gonna go over to a 13-minute. Looks a little bit better. And then I'm gonna adjust this box like so. Yeah, I'm gonna check on whales here in a second. And see what they're doing. These guys are risky. Some of those guys were shorting 31.14. Some guys are going to be sitting in some serious red. A wick above. I really want to see this candle kind of close above here. That would be ideal. That would give me more confidence that we can move higher. But if we keep being suppressed underneath this area, underneath this line, then it kind of opens a door for these levels to be tested. Break a structure, break a structure. See if we can get another break a structure here. Let's go. Come on, New York. It printed a sell. That shows exhaustion, loss of strength. That's only on a 1 minute though, but that's what we're seeing. There you go. Flush, flush, flush. Nice. Those whales are sitting underwater right now, boy. New York's going to give it to us. We're right at the top of that trend line. That's what this trend line right over here, that's asymmetrical. If we can break out of that, then that's a good look. Break a structure here on a 1 minute. Right, we need to break above here to break that structure. messing with me. I wanna fly. See if we can bounce off of there. Yeah, getting close to that bounce. That's what's up. What is that? 31.55. What are some of these whales doing right now? Let's see if where these guys are at. Yeah, they started opening 31.50, 31.48. You got quite a few that are sitting there that are opening up. 31.41, 31.40s, 31.31. You got a good amount that are opening. What is this cat doing? 85. Yeah, I think these guys are gonna get squeezed, boy. They're shorting from underneath this level over here. I'm not gonna follow suit. I'm not gonna start opening in those levels. Me personally, I'm not. Even though we're running into this small little resistance area, I don't trust it. I think that becomes liquidity, in my opinion, and we just see a big squeeze to the upside. See how like we're just building here inside this area. It looks like accumulation here in this area. We'll see reaccumulation, and it can go both ways. It's still early in this time frame. Maybe you guys can't see that because I have the wrong charts. Excuse me. This area over here. Right, so either we reaccumulate here and then we can push up higher, like right on this line, maybe even down to here at the lowest. I think we got some shaved bottoms here. I'm just going to put my indicator on just so I have it versus me trying to hunt it. Yeah, so you're seeing a push down into this level right over here. If we bounce inside these zones, if we start bouncing inside these areas, then yeah, New York's definitely going to go for it. I mean, you do got some shaved bottoms that sit over here. So revisiting 31.23. I'm not opposed to that either. So we didn't get necessarily bearish news with CPI. We got more of neutral news, but then just look at the technicals with it. I mean, and just kind of like almost doing like a no-brainer. It's like, yeah, we've been here for a while. Like we should have a push up to the upside. There we go. Squeeze them out. Squeeze them up to here. That would be interesting to see. That'd be interesting to see. Just a push into here and then come right back into it. $31.34 shave bottom. Or is $31.34? Going the wrong way, ETH. That's okay. What is 90? That's 22. That's not realistic. So see inside this area, we just cleared this imbalance over here. Did we clear this one? Probably just a smidge just underneath it, but we still have these levels. So anything inside here, like if we can maintain these levels over here, I think those are going to be some long opportunities. I'm a little hesitant on adding to mine. I want to see, honestly, be quite honest, I really want to see this maintain itself. Because I do have some shaved bottoms. Actually, those have been cleared. I have some shaved bottoms that sit right over here inside this area. What's up, bro? What's up? Change a character on a 1 minute. Just cleared all this imbalance over here. Let's see what this looks like on lower time frame, or excuse me, intraday time frames. You know, this has 55 minutes. That's not a good look that it's closing underneath. We are seeing breaker structures here. And look, it just came straight to that trend line, if you will. Have a good day, babe. How many breaker structures do I have here? Hold up. All right. Closing underneath, probably revisit that area again. Maybe get a small little push down. All right, new session. It did close above. It did close above. That's good. Maintaining that New York open low. Let's go 4 back real quick. What level needs a break? 1, 2, 3, 4. So over here, what is that? 3137. I think someone was looking at 3134 in those areas, being there's a shaved bottom. So you see the character of this when it starts, this is the character. And then when it changes the character, meaning the transition, the trend, if you will, is now changing. And then when you break the structure, you're breaking outside of this structure right over here. Typically when you have about 2 to 3 different breaker structures, whether it be short or whether it be long, that's really what you're looking for. So we do have a breaker structure that sits right over here. I don't know why it's not printing, but see, this was a breaker structure. That was a good short opportunity. And that's what you're looking for. I would want to see another breaker structure inside of these areas, me personally. Best way to think of it is like actors in a movie. You know, I'm on set. All right, I'm getting tired. There's a character, new character comes into it, comes down, and just kind of flip-flopping. It's difficult to see when you are difficult to trade when you see multiple change of characters. That really points towards volatility. You ideally want to look for the breaker structures. You little stinkers, huh? Impulse. All right, so let's see what this impulse gives us. So here's an example, right? Like we got to change a character on a 1 minute. I would look for a breaker structure to say, okay, well, that's where it's going to start coming down. Good impulse. Hey, what did we say? 3143. Why do I have you here? So the way that I'm looking at this is ABC. I bet those whales broke even. A lot of them did. They probably got out. I'd be surprised if they held. So remember I was saying before, we can clear this imbalance. So we get into these levels, I think these are going to be riskier longs, but just based on New York, right? New York tried to break beneath it and pulled right back into it. We can see that on an 89 minute as well too. You know, this session just began. This is kind of pointing towards higher highs. We got to count 4 back for this to change. 1, 2, 3, 4. We need to break below here, close below here on this current session, which is 31.36. We would have to close beneath there. So if we get a wick into that area, I wouldn't fret. You know, this session just began. There's like an hour and some change left in it. Previous session did close above the New York open low, which is 3145.73. That's really bullish. Like if we continuously bounce off of that area and then move up higher, then that's pretty bullish. If we come back and revisit 31.36 inside that area, I'm looking at that as a bullish retest. Even if we come down to 31.23 with a wick, I'm looking at that as bullish retest. Let's see if these guys are still holding those positions. We got some new ones. This guy grabbed 31.61. Yeah, he grabbed a 0.88 fib. 31.50s. These guys are now in profits, and they're still holding. They didn't close. They didn't close. Yeah, these 31.40 guys. Jeez, this guy's 31.06. Yeesh. Man, you're quite profitable over the course of a week. Well, make that make sense to me. You're long on BTC and short on ETH. If you anticipate BTC to go up, wouldn't you expect ETH to be following suit? That don't make any sense. But, you know, I'm not going to try to figure that out. This guy's, you know, showing numbers. What is he doing in the last day? He's had a good day. How's his month look? He's up. He's in the green. This guy must be scalping these just on heavier profits. He's probably targeting these levels that I was mentioning just now. He's probably targeting these areas. He's probably scalping those levels. But this cat right here, who grabbed 31.61, just short on ETH. Yeah, we're gonna watch it. We're gonna monitor this guy. I don't know. Oh, it won't let me. Okay, I'll just do that. It won't let me space. This is our bot trader. This guy that had like 59 trades. Where's his ETH? He's short on ETH from 31.45. Yeah, he's hurting. Overall, still positive for the week. This is our buy. This is our patient guy, the guy that's just been sitting in a short for a minute. He hasn't added to his position. He's just been maintaining the same position. This guy hasn't added to his position. All right, say less. And I'm just looking to see what majority of these bigger wallets, what they're doing. You know, we got quite a few individuals shorting that 3150, 3140 area, like this area right over here. They're shorting these zones, these levels, and then either adding to their position or just maintaining for these levels. Let's bring it back to the charts. Need to accumulate here if we're going to have a push up to the upside. That's really what we need to see. No, I'm not adding to long just yet. No, I'm not adding to long. I'm waiting for a liquidity candle. I want to see something like this right over here. And then I'm going to add on some heat maps here just so I can see what this looks like, if I'm actually truly cooled down or not. Yeah, see, I'm running in a cooldown right now, but ideally I want to see a candle like this. That's on a 1 minute. Let's go to over a 5 minute real quick. Yeah, actually, I'm going to sit on an 8 minute. Yeah, so I'm still relatively running warm. This entire move up was just running warm. This whole move up was running warm, but it didn't run bright hot. So that's kind of add into it. So let's see what happens here at this 3137 area. I think we were looking at it here on this level. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's this level right over here. So let's see what occurs there. If we can get a bounce inside that zone. If we can get a bounce in that zone, I'm going to go down to a 1 minute. Right, I'm going to mark it off for us, and I'm going to look for adds to my long inside this level. Was that 3136 and some change? Is that transposing over? Okay, good. That's a nice liquidity candle. And just be patient here. I would have a very small add to mine, so nothing crazy. I could have missed it. That's fine. I'm not going to chase it. Now being suppressed underneath that New York Open low. It needs to flip. Just come and revisit. Just one good time. Revisit. Let's catch all these late longs off the table here. Heavy shorts that, remember, we had some heavy whales that were entering inside of these zones, inside these areas. I mean, their liquidation is ridiculous. Don't get me wrong. I don't think we reach those levels as far as like liquidation. Wow. I'm going to look for a small ad around 31, 36 inside that region. Lower low. That's healthy. There it is. There it is. A small little ad right there for me. Yeesh. Sheesh. And it's maintaining this trend line. This trend line that we threw on earlier. It's holding that. So either this becomes liquidity or moves up. If I can't climb back here above here, then I'm gonna start cutting my long out. Yep. I'm trimming my long. Yeah, I had a small little ad, but now that I'm rejecting that area, that's not a good look. Because from an 89-minute perspective, I mean, it's a bearish engulfing that sits right there. Anybody short from the top up there? Anybody short from up here? These regions? It's a pretty big candle to fill too. What's 610 look like? Yeah, look at that. Jeez, look at that. That's what's up. All right, get me above 31.36, please. Thank you. There you go. Keep that setup phase. There you go. It maintains this setup phase. So see how we're coming to this level? We have a wick. If now this candle closes underneath here and we have like another hour and 15 minutes, then that changes a lot. But if we bounce from this area and start pulling all the way back up, yeah, we're going to go higher. Flat candle on BTC 1 hour. Yeah, just wait for the long entry. Just wait for it. You could have took a risky long at 31.36. That's the area that I added to my long. I did close a little bit of it because 1 minute was showing rejection at that level, but I'm still maintaining the remainder of my long. And that worked out. Let's go. It should fill that wick. That's I mean, it should. But we've had wicks like this up to the upside and then just completely died on us. This is still going to be the key level, guys. 31.23. That's the main area that we want to see hold. So if I'm looking at from a confirmation perspective, this is a confirmation candle that we're looking at on a 610. It's got 5 hours left inside of this candle. As long as this candle can close above 31.23, our probabilities are going higher, are greater than 50%. So dips that you see, in my opinion, I think there are going to be opportunities to start longing. I know everybody wants to try to get a Pico bottom, but may not get that. Or at least you've missed the opportunity when we were at 3090, 3070, 3063. This was all of last week's setups. Nice. USDT, man, if USDT can die here, boy oh boy. Just going to be patient with it, right? Maybe it's there. This kind of makes a little bit more sense to me. If we get a clear rejection there, I'll open up shorts right over here. And I'll look to scalp short it into these zones. So I got my finger on the trigger right now. That's what I'm going to be looking for. You could always start building here at 31.47. That's what I'm looking for. And then add back to longs right over here. $93.70 shave top candle on BTC. Yeah, I think that's on Binance though, right? Oh, on a 3-day. Are you looking on Binance or are you looking at index? Because when I look at index when it comes to BTC and ETH, you know, it's just more data, better data. %58% of you guys are voting for 33.50 first. 42% of you guys are voting for 29.86. Well, yeah, that looks like that's going to break down here. So let's look at some extension levels. Yeah, so that's minimum. This is normal level. Deep extensions. Good gosh. Those are extension levels. Gosh, that would be tough. That would be revisiting. What is this? Asia? Yeah, revisiting Asia low. Let's hope for best case scenario that we can hold that. Same page. All right, let's go ahead and I'm gonna end the poll here at 10:30. I'll end the poll. Just ran it for an hour or so. Let's see what these big boys are doing here. Let's see where the longs are coming from. Jeez, this guy along the top. Ouch, 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 ouch. Oh my gosh. Damn, bro. You're hurting. Oh yeah, you're hurting. You know, a lot of these guys along the top. Yeah, this guy, this made sense to me, right? I could see why this guy was doing that. Your weekly P&L, you don't do much, do you? How are you a whale, bro? It's got to be your value. Okay, 2.5. This guy probably doesn't take that many trades. But I understand why he took 31.36. I understand because I did the same. What's this guy? This guy did 31.37. What are you? Another? I don't get it. You must not have been trading. $31.39. What's this cat doing? This guy's got 15 mil this week alone. Yeah, this guy's looking for higher. And that gives me a little bit of confidence. Let's look at both sides. And we're running like 50-50 on both sides. 51%, long on Bybit. 47% on BitGet. Bytunix right now is predominantly long. Okay. No, this guy's been holding. Look at this guy. Jeez. This guy's long from 25.25. How are you in the red, bro? He's only long. That's it. He's only long. I want to see this level right here. I want to see what occurs here at 31.51. This C's not done yet, so maybe this B wave is not done yet. I'm going to see what occurs here. Just in case it's not clear, this is what I would be looking for. I'd open that up a little bit. I could probably go a little bit deeper with this too, to be honest with you. And if I'm shorting, you know, that's kind of what I'm looking at here. You're going to have a wider stop, obviously, above that high. That's what that would look like. It's whichever entry is going to give me first. If I'm going to get 31.51, excuse me. If I'm going to get 31.51, or if I'm going to get, you know, the 31.23 down to 31.11 in those areas. These are going to be market orders. These are not limit orders. The reason why I'm going to be market ordering is because I'm going to be looking for signs of weakness. So I'm going to float down to like a 1 minute and see what that looks like. All right. You guys can't see it. My bad. I had to transition over. Now you can see what I'm looking at. My bad. My bad. My bad. My bad. So this is what I'm looking at for shorts. Down into these levels. If I don't get this level first, then I'll just wait. I'll just wait. You can be very ballsy, for lack of better terminology, and just start building your short. You know, right here on this New York Open low, 31.45. That's where some of the whales are building it as well too. But that's just I'm not a follower in that sense. If that makes any sense to you guys, I want to go off of the technicals. I do have a short running from a different account, but it wasn't part of this stream, so not necessarily going to count it, but I am positioned in that regard. Keep bouncing off of this trend line right here. I want to see this turn into liquidity. Right, because most people are longing. We literally just came to it. So seeing a nice little flush beyond that into these levels, maybe even to these levels. And that's difficult, right? Like shorting from right here or then trying to long here from this area right over here. Like that can be kind of difficult for any trader. And then we'll just label these so that we know what we're looking at. This is on 1, 2, 3, 4, 89 minute. Let's make sure we know what we're looking at here. New York PM low, I already have that marked off for us. 31.23, that's a key level. Oh, excuse me. Need to close the tabs. Which tabs are you talking about? It should be on the monitor now. Oh. Is my monitor still not showing? Hold up. Yeah, it's on now. Sorry about that. So all I did is I just marking out these levels right here. So we know what we're looking at, know what we're observing. Need to close above this level to keep the setup phase. Okay, good. You know, we got 56 minutes left in that, so I still think we can come back and revisit this area. But if this closes here underneath on this 89 minute, then I would anticipate to seeing maybe us rejecting here, maybe getting a wick into this area, getting an equal high inside this level, and then we'll push into that wave C that we're monitoring right over here. That trend line just needs to become liquidity. So there has to be more people longing on that level if we're going to see a flush down to the downside. Yeah, I'll do that later. Now it's just about waiting. Waiting. I would love to get to 2900s. Would love to get to 2900s. Got to break a structure there on the 1 minute. But that's just one. Really want to see like 2 or 3 of those. Let's go to a 13-minute real quick. What does this look like? I don't need you here. Yeah, I still want to see this. I still think this comes. It'll be a long stream today, guys. Just as an FYI, it'll be a long one today. Not stopping at 2900. Okay, all the way down to 1900. Yeah, I mean, my short will appreciate that. What would that do if I went to 1900? Yeah, that's like 30 bands. That would be massive. I don't want to see 1900 though. I want to see 2200 because I'm not going to be. I'll be happy from a price action perspective, but I'm also going to lose a bet. No, I didn't. I didn't forget about the bet. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to go to 1900 because I don't want to lose that bet. We can get 2200. I think I have a monthly perspective for that. So if any of you guys are curious as to kind of what I'm looking at, I'm gonna go over to index. We'll come over to monthly. This is the idea for monthly. Right. Let me zoom out a little bit. Right. You can just see the setup here. You can see the long-term trend line that we have under the assumption that we revisit this area. So this puts us at a 0.76 fib. My assumption here, just based on this count, is, you know, this being a wave one, you know, you have an A, B, and then you have a C after an impulse up. So A, B, and C. Then you have an impulse. This essentially would have been a wave 5. So now you have an A and a B. I really wanted to see these levels, right? 3605 and some change in these areas to be tapped in for a wave B. And then maybe a wave C down here in these levels if wave 2 isn't complete. But wave 2 could have completed here at that 2749 area. So we're waiting for a confirmation. We obviously need to climb above this. All of these levels right here are just going to be considered bearish retest inside these areas. We need to really climb above these areas to change the narrative for that. Extension levels reach all the way up to 5893, which would be all-time high. And then we have, you know, if we're inside of a wave 3, and in fact, inside of wave 3, the mathematics for that puts us around like 7163. But I don't want to get ahead of myself. I really want to see these levels over here tapped into 22, 27 inside those areas. 1900s puts us right beneath that, right inside this area right over here. And I believe I have a shaved bottom that sits inside that area. Oh, I don't. Okay, good. Woof. I'm pretty sure I can find a shave bottom on a lower time frame. But this is where that level is coming from. 2200s and some change. And there's going to be a big dogfight, obviously, when we get to 27.49. But if you just see a slump and it just pushes all the way down to 22.27, still bullish levels, if you will. Even though we're sweeping last year's lows, or at least mid-year lows of 26.23. As long as we don't go below this, this is invalidations. This would invalidate this setup for us for a wave two, and wave two can relatively fall into sharp levels. So 618 was the first sharp level, 22.27 is the next sharp level, and then 18.13 is the last sharp level for us. As long as we don't breach below this, then that wave count will be valid. All considered to be a bullish retest, if you will. So that's that idea. That's where that's stemming from. I'll just leave that off for now. But I'm going to go back to USDT because I really want to see what USDT does. And this is assuming USDT, if USDT decides to, hold this level and then push all the way back up, because the setup phase for USDT right now is still inside of a bearish setup phase. It's printing a 3, so it needs to go 4 back. 1, 2, 3, 4. It literally needs to close beneath here, 4.56. I think that's going to be a big stretch for it to push all the way down here inside of 1 month. If it does, I'm game for it. I'm totally happy with that. ETH would be around that 3,800, if not a little bit higher than that area, if we were to go to those levels. All right, we're coming right back into those levels that I was mentioning before. We want to see 3150, 3151 maintain. Let's throw some fib zones on real quick. I don't need the market structure, but let's look at some fib zones. And we're basing this on 5. So most likely you're somewhere over here. I'll give you the middle of the ground. Let's go middle of the ground. And then, man, you might take a while unless you just hunker down from here, which that would kind of make sense if I'm going to look at a trend line perspective. Let's pull you up a little bit. Okay, that's annoying me. Hold on. There we go. Maybe even get a falling wedge from that. You'd have to be sharp. You'd have to be around there. And most likely get a channel if it goes there. If it stops where it is right now, then yeah, higher probability of getting a falling wedge. But we'll see where this develops, where this happens. We're inside of a compression zone right over here, so the bigger swings are going to occur once we get over here. And I'll just do that manually because my indicator will switch on me. So we'll just go manual. We'll just mirror what we have, and then we'll take off the fib zones, so that way we can maintain those fib zone levels. All right, get us into 3151, a little bit higher, please. There we go. There we go. There we go. All right. A little risky here, but we're going to go ahead and start looking at some shorts here in this area. Perfect. Good tag. All right, that's good. So we tagged right into that just now. We want to see if this maintains, if this can maintain. We still have all these levels, so let's not get ahead of ourselves. We still do have these levels that if it decides to push a little bit higher, we can get into those levels. Yeah, pushing higher. 3157 is the next level. What is that? 3157.12. That's going to be a channel. That's going to be a channel. My average is 3154.81. Right over here. Just considering some of these fib levels got violated. You guys know the deal. That's not what I was trying to do. I'm just gonna move this over because it's in the way. And we'll move this over. I don't need you. We're bouncing off of 618. I'm going to leave you there, but I'm also going to leave room for up here. So I'm hedged right now. If anybody's curious as to, you know, what's going on, what I'm looking at, what I'm trying to develop here. Heavier on my long than my short right now. So 618 violated. We just went to the next level, 57, which is fine. Did that pick that up? Oh yeah, they're smoking them now. Extension levels. Let's go. All right, stopped out on my short because we hit a new high on that one. Nice. So this gets invalidated, right? Because that wave count for an ABC is not accurate. So now we need to see if there's going to be another ABC. So we're probably going to sit inside of this range for a while. Short stopped out. Small little burn on that one. Long made up for it. You went to an extension level. We should get 3184, to be honest with you. I think we're now attempting to break out of this symmetrical. That's what this trend line is right here. I'll thicken that up so it's a little bit more visible. Let's go ahead and color code that red just so we know what we're looking at. We're going to get rid of this just because... Actually, we'll just turn that to gray. I'm going to wait for these levels. I'm going to wait for these levels through here and here. Those are the levels I'm going to be waiting for. Why do you hate this PE? If you're long, if you're positioned long, then you should be good. I mean, you could have longed this area right over here, 31.36. That was an area that we were just talking about just now. I had a small little add to mine. I also took a little bit off of there as well too. But you could have taken that position there. I think there's. I'm gonna add this back on because I just want to see if price action is gonna collapse underneath that. 3160. We're 3188. No, you were 707. 54. Okay. So reach an extension level. And technically you could see a wave B that does one of these. Wave B can always go a little bit higher than here. But we definitely don't have a channel. If anything, we'll see a megaphone. That looked like a liquidation candle. Some of those big boys are probably still sitting inside of it. I'm going to check on them right now. Let's look at those shorts. Come on, give me another push up. Give me one more push up. Let's get it back. Now for me, like if we come back and revisit this area, I think we'll come down a little bit lower. So I'm going to eliminate that long thesis for us just because wave B went a little bit higher. So wave C has a potential of coming down a little bit deeper. Yeah, it's just bouncing off of that trend line right there. And small little breakout out of it. Got a shaved bottom on this one as well too on an 8-minute. Who grabbed a short? Who shorted that? 3168. Anybody short that? TD9 printed on a 1-minute. Let's. Yep, I see that. Good call. Good call. Good call. Good call. Did anybody short that at the top? Why are we running like bright red hot? Let's take a look. Kind of warm. But we do have some warmth. Nice, Kim. Nice, nice, nice. Let's see if we can float up a little bit higher. Yeah, there's a little bit of room to go up, yeah, just based on candles, things like that. I mean, we are running warm, so I wouldn't be surprised if we push down. But if this thing goes from 3168 and some change, what have you, all the way down to like 2900s, whoo, hella bearish. My other account sits at 3157. So a little bit in the red on that. What up, Guido? Yeah, I have levels up for BTC from 93 to 97, all the way up to like 103. We attempted a short at 3151. It got pushed out because it made a new high. So now we're just waiting. I'm waiting for higher levels inside these areas. I want to see another squeeze up into these areas. You know, most individuals that are shorting here. So I would be looking for something like this. And what is this? 3185. I can probably give that a little bit more breathing room. Go something like that. That's what I would be looking for. Yeah, we're attempting to break out of this. Got a lot of time on this session. Let's go to 89 minute. We got 30 minutes left on that session. We got a shave bottom here. That was an unauthentic move right there. Volume doesn't match it. Volume doesn't match it. That's crazy. You didn't print a. Interesting. And then bouncing off that 3160 area, which was resistance. So you got people trying to long that area. Yep. They're longing it. I mean, we saw a whale that was long from 3160. So I wouldn't be surprised. Somebody actually even long 3142. But we have imbalance in those two levels. Just looking at a 1 minute. Completely missed this order block over here in this area. On the second go, got another order block that developed here. I would be targeting probably this order block right here, which is a little bit lower than 3123. 3121. You're long from 3198? How, bro? Oh, you added to your long? Yeah. Yeah, when you see the shaved bottoms, you know, it moved up. It's an authentic. So right now, it already cleared the first imbalance that you see right over here. We need to see that this gets shaved, but we were looking at that on volume. Volume didn't match that. So I would anticipate us to at least correct that before we're going to move back over here into these areas. I'm trying to give you guys a setup here on a different account that I would be taking. You added to your short? Okay. Oh, okay. Your short is from 3198. That's your average? That's what's up. That looks juicy. Excuse me. If you guys get any, let's go ahead and end this poll. 10:49. We said we'd end it. 61% of you guys aiming for 33.50. And look at these order blocks that sit way up here. Are pretty thick. It's a hard night life for us. Spam foes. Could you read the short entry value? Can you see it clear? Yeah. 31.78. Stop loss 31.88. TP 31.23. If my levels don't hit on in that regard, then I would just wait. Then I would just wait for the long. 31.23. Just I'll keep reiterating. It's key level, key level, key level. If we can maintain 31.23, then we have a good probability of going higher. So if we bounce off of 31.23 and we start going higher, then I would eliminate my short entry. I have an average short that sits from 31.57 inside that area, so I'm just kind of floating around inside this zone right now. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. But I'm still long from 3,078. At least that's my average. My short made up for the small burn that I had. I think we were doing 31.51 and some change. That got pushed out. Some guys may have long from 31.34. Check Discord. What's in Discord? I got you. Yeah, we got some liquidity that goes up to what time frame is that? What you got on there? 55? I'll go to 55 with you. Sheesh. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good catch. That's a good eye. Yeah, that's why I'm going to run a tight stop loss on these levels. Because we have all this room. The extension continues to go up to 32.05, even to 32.17. Yeah, as of right now, yeah, with a tight stop loss, I have like a 31.88. Just going above it. Let's see what some of these big boys are doing. Majority are long. These people are short from like 3600s. Let me go back to the charts real quick because we got a little bit of movement going on. I don't want to miss that. Yeah, look at all that down there. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I have 3114, that area too. We got a couple breaker structures. There we go. Tapping into it. That's what I was looking for. This is what we want. Get a little bit higher. Get us into that order block. 3178. There it is. There it is. I don't need that. So all extension levels. Don't need that. Don't need that. And I don't need this. Technically, we do have a breakout, so it's a little risky of a short. Don't get me wrong. So just manage it, right? Like we have these levels and then all of these levels that we can tap into. There's more liquidity to the downside just looking at this time frame. Let's look at it 1 minute because that's what we were gauging. That's running piping hot. My gosh. That order block got taken. Why didn't this trigger? Keep going, ETH. I'm good either way. You literally went straight to my stop loss zone. It's still in it, but went straight to my stop zone. Average is 3185. Got to make up here. I got to do a little bit of making up here. I might just scalp out some of it right now because we're just bouncing on that area. Just take a small little smidge off of it. There we go. There we go, there we go, there we go. Hey, you're gonna go higher. That's why I just trimmed it. Because I just printed a 7 here. I got a 6 over here. So the probabilities of us getting probably even all the way to here. Let's go to a higher time frame. Let's go to 55. Yeah. Look at that. That's why I trimmed. What level is this? 3193. For me in the darkest night. Yep. That one's out. Nah, it's not Scampi. We've been waiting for a pump. We've been waiting for a pump. We're finally getting it. Just took all that liquidity there. Next block, you got people sitting in the 3200s. It's either direction. It was a 50-50. We have a symmetrical that we're breaking out of right now. Okay, we're breaking out of this symmetrical here. This red line and this red line right here. I'll thicken that up for us so it's visible. I'll change that to red. We're breaking out of that right now. So ideally, if we're going to maintain this, I can get rid of this. That's invalid. If we're going to maintain this, we want to bounce off of here, and then we'll move higher. $31.99. I think we were looking at that on a 13-minute. I think there's some liquidity pockets that sit there. I actually took majority of them thus so far. And take some profits on my long too. Longs are strong right now. Yeah, if someone longed the 31.26 area, this region right over here, this is the area that we were looking for the setup phase to change, and it bounced right into it. It quite literally bounced right into it and then pulled up. I don't think that's going to slow down just yet. I got a sell signal on a 1 minute, an exhaustion on 100 on a 1 minute. Maybe we get a small little retracement down to these levels, 3164. If we can maintain that level, then we're going to go higher. We should be in the 3206s in those regions. Ideally, I just want to revisit for bullish. I just want to revisit this area right over here. We can take this box off. The box got violated. Actually, we'll leave that because in the event that turns into support, because we're going to come back and retest resistance to flip it. That'll kind of give us confirmation. So we'll turn that to green, see if we can get a demand zone out of that, flipping this resistance area now into support, which would be bouncing off of that trend line. So that would kind of give us clear confirmation that we're going to be breaking out. You can rewind it. I don't know. I think you guys get spoiled with the play-by-plays. You just got to rewind it. I'm managing my longs and managing my shorts right now. Yeah, I took some profits off of my long. Two of my shorts got stopped. Two of my shorts. The long is still printing. All right, let's get that breakdown. Let's see if we can get a good breakdown here. Yeah, I think I said I took profits off of my long, but I'm holding on to it because it's going to be help me with my hedge on my short. Let's see what these big boys are doing. How much underwater they are. Yeah, these are these guys from this morning. Woof, man, jeez Louise. I'll pray for you, brother. You're still profitable though. But yeah, your ETH short is. This guy's probably waiting for break even. But we lose 3106. We have a much higher probability of going even lower than that. 3147. There's that 3147. They were longing it. It turned out to be right for them. But you're 15K in the 15 mil, excuse me, 15 mil in the red. What? Oh, okay. 31. Why would you? This guy long 31.90? Bro, you literally. Wow, that's crazy. Okay. That's crazy. Yeah, this is a different guy. Wow, that's crazy. I feel like these people just have so much stupid money. They're just pushing a button. They don't care. This cat right here is doing good. What's your ETH? 31.39. So yeah, he longed that dip that we had this morning. 19 mil. That's what's up. I'm only human after all. I'm looking for all these regions, guys. I'm looking for all these regions to be tapped into for shorts. Got order blocks that sit over here, order block that's right above it, a little smidget of order block that sits over here. So I would not be shocked if we go to 3200s. I ideally want to see these areas over here hold. This is on a 1 minute, of course. So if we can hold these levels, then we have a good probability of moving higher, creating a higher high. And this would be a symmetrical breakout. You can see it here on 89 minute. You can actually see it on a 610 too. Kind of that's what we were looking at. This is that symmetrical. This is what we're looking at. The measured move for this symmetrical would be all the way up to here. But if we can get a retest into this zone to confirm that we have a breakout, then I would expect these areas. If we just start collapsing inside of this zone, then we have a false breakout inside this zone. Then I would be a little concerned of us revisiting these areas. And then same thing, right? If we're going to get a breakdown to the downside. Let's look at a 55 and let's go ahead and check out volume real quick. Yeah, they see that volume matches that move. That volume matches that move. I wouldn't exactly dismiss going higher. I wouldn't dismiss that. Yeah, 75. Yeah, one of my other accounts, I got one at right around here. So actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. We're going to look at this low time frame. We're going to get a box. See if this box can maintain itself. All right, that's where that's stemming from. It tested this previous support over here where we bounced and we had our redistribution, small little pocket of redistribution inside this area. That's why you got that plunge down. So we're technically retesting that area. This area right over here, this is what we need to maintain. I want to see what longs do in this area. I'm going to take this off. Don't be afraid to take profits on your longs, you know, where we were. Please don't be afraid to take profits. 32.22. Let's look at some order blocks. Let's go hunt on order blocks real quick. Hang on. Let me add that for you guys. Yeah, there's a cluster that's obviously developing here, but there's a ceiling that sits around 32.20. And then support, the support match up with 31.64. So right inside this area right here, 31.67. So you see there's orders right over here that are developing because they're looking for that retest inside that zone. But if it plunges through, 31.32 has another little block that's trying to develop, but you have more that are starting to pile in over in this area. You have another block that sits around 31.58. That's 3,000. Good gosh. 29.40. These people are still just holding those positions, holding those limit orders. And let's look at BTC. BTC. BTC needs to hold at 93. There was some liquidity that's set over there, so it just swept some liquidity. It would need to hold 92.3 inside that area. If not, it's going to plunge down to like 90 in those areas for BTC. So if BTC decides to start free falling to these levels, then I would expect ETH just to start following suit, lose all these levels, then we have a false breakout. All right, it needs to maintain this. Just like we were looking at, 31.23, we finally got to close above it. Now it's kind of the same suit, right? We're looking at this trend line. We want to make sure that we can maintain this trend line right over here. So that puts us like a 31.65 and some change. And there's 4 hours left on this. So the next session could always open up, and let's go 4 back. Let's assume 4 back, 1, 2, 3, and then 4 coming back to this doji, which is right around 31.15. That's on a higher time frame. No hate, but why some traders on ScalpX canceling calls and notifying full TPs? I mean, they're canceling the call and then after they're saying full TPs? I don't know. I can't answer for them in that sense. I mean, I took 2 stop losses today, so I mean, I don't know how much more transparent I could personally be. But I mean, they're giving calls for other people too, so they do have their reputation on the line, so maybe they don't want people to get taken out. Maybe they looked at something, they second guessed it and they got out of it because they didn't want people to get burned and they didn't want to get the heat for that, for lack of a better terminology. But maybe on the side they're just like, you know what, I'm going to take this on my own. I don't know that. I don't know the psychology behind that. I don't know. But that could happen. Sometimes, people look at certain calls, certain levels and like, man, I don't want people to get, stopped out or, lose belief or lose faith in my analysis. And then they say, hey, I'm going to cancel it. I don't know, to be quite honest. I can't tell you the reasons for that. But I mean, we got some good traders in there, you know. Can't fault them on one thing. I mean, if they're doing that over and over and over again, then maybe that's just not the trader that you want to be following. I just try to give it to you guys live. It's a lot easier for me. I was doing video content for you guys, but from my analysis, you guys would watch it, but then still come back and be like, "Yo, what are we doing?" Kind of similar to here. Like I'm still streaming live, and you still have people popping in. Like, what are we doing? So it's also contingent on the audience. Live trading. Yeah, it's an average of both, you know, so you'll see some setups inside my corner on higher time frames, things that I'm looking at. So I'll post those ideas inside there. Then I'll run a stream, and then I'll just start trading live as far as what I'm going to be doing in that sense. Then, you know, if that's something that you agree with, something that you want to take, then that's something that you're going to take. But essentially just kind of showing you what I'm doing. Thanks, brother. I appreciate that. But nobody has, you know, their finger on the pulse saying, you know, this is 100% what's going to happen. I personally work with probabilities. So if it goes this way, then that could happen. If that doesn't happen, then this would happen. So it's kind of like an if this, then that thesis. That makes sense? Yeah, this looks like it wants to go back for it. We'll just do a small little full fib on here. See if we can measure out some levels. I'm going to change the color of that because that can be a little confusing right now. Let's go to a different color. Let's go to, let's go black. All right, so we got some confluence that sits inside this box right over here. What is this, 3190 something? 3193? Yeah. And then again, extension levels that rise above into 3204, 3201. I have an 89 minute that sits over here. I was looking at this as being a wave C, but wave C looks like it's going to not be those levels. I know that looks kind of messy and cluttered, but I'll zoom in a little bit for us. I was looking at this fib level right over here, 3202 inside this area. So my original idea was pointing towards this area for a wave C and then coming back down for a wave D into these levels. So now that I'm seeing that I have a higher high, you know, I could look at it from here, from this perspective, something like that. We're going to go ahead and move this over like so. Right. And I still have room to get into these areas. There's still room to get into these areas. So essentially I'm looking for shorts. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for shorts. And then I'd be looking for big, fat, juicy longs somewhere inside this area. And not, just to reiterate, not beat a dead horse, like this idea, gosh, that's so messy. Let's take that off. I can't concentrate like that. This idea that you see right now for wave C, this move, not the symmetrical, but this move for wave C, this was already posted inside my corner. You can find that in there. That's what I was looking at. And actually there's a setup call for shorting or like around like 3206. So just kind of giving you ideas as far as where there can be short calls. In the meantime, we've been scalping some of those areas. That's really what I'm doing, scalping those. I think a bigger swing short would come from that level. I would still maintain my long in the event that I'm wrong, then so be it. Albeit that I would be covered. So I had 2 burns on my shorts thus so far, but my long covered for that. Took some profits off of there. There were small losses on those. That's why I was running such a tight stop loss. I don't know, bro. I don't know. Maybe just reaching out to him and just finding out, like, just, just kind of diving into his mind. He's a really good trader. I think he's got good analysis, but I couldn't give you the exact mindset behind that. So maybe just shooting a quick DM. Give people grace, right? Got to give people grace. Or the alternative is, just don't follow them. Uh, Hello. There we go. That's what I thought. Yeah, so you're cleared, and so yeah, I'll come back over here and see what happens over here. Yeah. I'm gonna get rid of this for now, just because I have basically a new structure. I really don't need that. I want to focus on this current move right here. I mean, we're not going to clear that imbalance. What happened, ETH? Can you at least clear the imbalance so we can get a better decision, or what? $29.86 would be so juicy. But I was also kind of due for a stop loss hit. We ran basically an entire week. We ran really well, and those were my first two stop losses in the last week and a half. Or no, mentira, last 2.5 weeks. So I think I was due. Need the buy tunics on the side as well? What do you mean need buy tunics on the side as well? I don't get it. Yeah, he's probably just being transparent in that sense. Maybe, yeah, that's a good way of looking at it too. Like, if we would have held it, if I would have stuck with it, it would have hit full TP. So he would have been right. But maybe he just didn't execute on it. You know what? Let's do this. I'm gonna take this noise off for just a quick second. Let's look at it from this perspective. Yeah, that could be a setup too. Because I got pivots here, so let's go pivot here. Let's go pivot here. Maybe I can get a pivot right there, and I can revisit somewhere around here. I'm retarded. I have the wrong setup for that. This is what I meant to do. My bad. Doesn't necessarily have to come to that trend line. It can actually just stop right around here or come down to here. One of these two. Break right above the trend line. Break right below it. I'm pretty sure I can get an ABC out of that too. Chart's going to look a little crazy for a second. I'm just checking something on my side. You got a C pony that developed here. X, A, B, C, D. No way. Oh yeah, okay. Well, that's fine too. That would be disgusting. Bro, if we collapse all the way down to here, that would be horrible. Let's see if we can get this first. Right, I don't want to put the cart before the horse. Let's see if we can get anywhere inside these levels right over here. If we can maintain these zones inside these areas, then I'm going to look for add backs to my long, and then I'll probably full TP somewhere inside this zone. And then I'll take that back. I'll most likely strip a good chunk out of my long inside this area, and then start to build a short inside this area. I'm just scalping the short right now. I don't have that much faith in it, to be honest with you. You guys enjoying the stream though so far? This is working for you? You guys like this schedule? I think some of you guys were liked it a little bit better than Discord because you can actually see a little bit better than Discord. But today and tomorrow, these are going to be your most profitable days. So just heads up on that. Look to maximize. Don't get caught in, it's my most profitable day, and ETH is going to 1800 one shot. Like you see a target, you see a level, that is bouncing off of, whether it's resistance or support. Just take profit, guys. There will be an opportunity. That's the way the market moves. Give me a second, guys. I need to get some water. Come back. Out of curiosity, why would you guys prefer Discord over YouTube? I'm not saying that it changes anything per se. Just curious as to your thought process. Your cat is grateful. That's what's up. Man, that thing is piping hot. Whee! Nice. That works. I'll take that. I'll take that. The chart is better on DC. Respect. Okay. I appreciate you guys' feedback. Well, good news. Thursday is all inside. Thursday is all inside of Discord. Good. All right. Good. All right. It's time to respect some fib levels. All right. Let's see if we can maintain that. I'm looking at 31.59 inside those areas. A TP on that. I look for a scalp short here. If it pushes a little bit higher, then I'm looking at the fib levels that you see right above that. 1, 2, 3, 4. It needs to push down. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. It needs to push underneath here to change that setup phase. And it's going to push above this. Yep. Yeah, we're going to come to these levels. Inside this road's out. Ooh, got a 9 printing here. Be careful on this 9. Be careful on this 9. Be careful on that 9. Switched, okay. Okay. I don't know why it does that. Wait, let me just make sure. This runs ads while I'm streaming? Yeah, I was looking at this right here. Shorting this fib level. There was a fib level here, pushed up a little bit higher. You could have got a better entry than me here. If you took that short, let me know. Let me see where you guys are at. Okay, cool. Yeah, I thought that'd be weird. I'm like, I'm not monetized. You got an ad blocker? Okay. Nice. Some people got in at 31.86. Anyone else get in? Right where we showed you, bro. Right over here. That's like 31.89 and some change. You could have got a better entry than me. It's sitting right around here. But I'm just scalping it, to be quite honest with you. You know, we see those little dips. I'm just scalping it, and then if we go higher, then I'll have an ad back. Until it's invalidated. You know, if it's invalidated, then I'll just look for the next short. I do want to see this being a wave B, but just spitballing here. Then that wave D would come lower. Yeah, somewhere around here. Maybe right around here. This box is being respected though so far. So I literally just scalped a little bit here in this area. It was literally like a quick $300. Just in and out, in and out, in and out. Long is still running good. Long is still running, you know, a little bit like 32 in profits. No, unless I move this. Yeah, see that doesn't make much sense. Then that wave D would need to go lower. If I'm going to measure from here, then this needs to go, excuse me. That makes way more sense to me. Revisiting this area where people longed from. Yep, look at that. And 2 points, super extended. So all these levels right over here are super bullish. Like if we bounce in this area and we come right back up, that's super bullish. But if we start collapsing and getting back down to these levels, 31.36. So anyone that long 31.36, I'm hoping you took some profits here in this area. You know, maybe took 20%, 30%, 50%, 80%, whatever. I'm just hoping that you took some profits because the probabilities of being round tripped are, you know, greater than 50%. That's not a call for you to close your position or anything like that. Just what I'm saying, just don't be greedy. You don't want to be in that position. You're like, all right, I actually caught a good long, had a good impulse, but now I'm right back to where I was. And then if it goes down lower, then you're in the red. You'll be really kicking yourself. Still have extension levels that it can go to. So if Wave C decides to do something like that, still a viable option. That's why just scalping the shorts makes much more sense, especially if you're like on a 1 minute like we are right now. I'm gonna go over to an 8 minute, running pretty hot. This box, a rising 3. Yeah, those are rising 3. Ooh. That's a rising 3. If it comes to fruition, that puts you at 32.13. We'll go to 1 minute. I want to measure that out. 32.13 area. Yep. Yeah, none of these fib levels look like they're going to hold if that's the case. If I got a rising 3 on that, which that's a continuation pattern. Yeah, that would be, that would make sense to me. Yeah, 3200s. I think we're going to break 3200s here relatively soon. I got you. So lower time frames is really where you want to live. You know, when you have an impulse up like this, you're going to see some type of correction, but that doesn't mean that it's just going to completely hunker down. Like you had a correction here, a little move up, and then a small little move down, but then you started seeing it started defending. So these are going to be essentially signs of weakness. So like, let's say that you're shorting from this area. Once you started seeing these signs of weakness, that was your cue to say, okay, I need to start taking profits. I need to start taking profits. Same thing on the long, right? You got some signs of weakness. Now it can blow right past that. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to negate that it couldn't blow past that. Shorts are going to be tough. Shorts are going to be tough for a little while. You know, we have PM session here that comes in the next like 12 minutes. So PM session, we got to see what that's going to develop, what that's going to look like. It might give us that flush down to like 31.59 and then move back up, or it goes the opposite direction. It goes straight to 32.06 and then it's going to make a move down to the downside. Yeah. Now, what was the height of this one again? 31.95. That feels like bait. That feels like bait. Yeah, I want to see an exit. I want to see an exit squeeze. Let's go to 55 real quick. Printing a 5 here. What's 4 back? And that's just going straight vertical. Yeah, that's going straight vertical. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a long way down. 31.42. somebody would get round tripped. Don't full port on any of these shorts, guys. Ayala. So like 3,200 even, you know, that's a, you know, 3,200, that's like more like a psychological level, if you will, right? So like if we went to 3,200, like even and flat, you know, that's a psychological level that I think bears are going to just try to defend. But we might see some residue, for lack of better terminology, like into 32.13 all the way up to like 32.23 inside of those areas. Right, we could see that. So this is dumb. That's dumb. They're going to build there. That's crazy. Boy, oh boy, those shorts, I'm telling you, those guys that were sitting in those 3140s, yeah, I would be happy with 3145, 3132 coming back into those levels. Man, they're buying those levels. That's pretty brave. I would start building on that 3204 through 3213 if we get a push up. Let's look at 89-minute real quick. How much time we have left? We got 54 minutes left in that. So we probably got like another hour or so. And then the next session, then we'll have an hour and a half. I would look for that because 89 minutes printing I can't see. It's printing a 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is a long way down to change that setup phase. It's a long way down. So there's more room to go up higher. And it's an easier move in the sense of squeeze to move up higher. If this thing just plummeted to those levels that I was just highlighting to change the setup phase, that'd be nasty work. Again, count back 1, 2, 3, 4. Getting back to these levels, 31.35 on one session candle, that'd be nasty work. Would not be interested in longing that because then the setup phase is changed. I'd want to see signs of weakness if we can maintain that 31.36. You know, this is where a lot of people were longing earlier today. We had a break underneath New York Open low. We ran cool, demand. We got some pivots out of that area. So revisiting this area, you know, is definitely on the table. The question is if we get to these level, do we hold this level and then we go lower, or can we pull all the way right back up? Majority of the fundamental news that it's out there right now is relatively bullish. We got nominations for a new Fed chair. CPI relatively opened up flat, so it's not bearish and it's not bullish, but in the context of where the trend is at right now, considering how exhausted it's been, we don't get bad news, so that leaves room for price to move up. I think we have the Clarity Act that comes here tomorrow or the 15th. So relatively a lot of fundamental news this week all together. Rejecting off that fib again. Now you just need to see this trend line getting swept, people that were long in this area. You need to start to see this turn into liquidity. If you see a big push down, that's what it is. People that are long in this area and then just pushing straight down on them. And then the opposite, right? Like if you see a big push up to the upside, a lot of people are building their shorts here in this area and they're just going to squeeze them in that zone. Me personally, I don't have an interest in longing that. I don't want to become liquidity. So there you go. There you go. And so it just pushed out heavy leverage longs, people that are trying to long this area, trying to get into the zone. It just pushed them out. Maybe we come back and retest it. Some of them get break even. And you got a 13 that also printed here as well too for the lead-out phase. I'll do two of them. Two different scenarios. Same target. Stand back. I just left a small little runner on my long. I'm just going to maintain my long. Small runner on it. There's like 35K left on that. That's what's up. Yeah, Kill's got good perspective. I know this is kind of counterproductive to me streaming and me giving setups, but I just try to stick to my own analysis, things like that, and I look at other people as confluence. So that that would be confluence if he's shorting in this area and he sees us going back down to like 90 or maybe even 87. That's great. That's going to be fantastic for our shorts. I think a couple of you guys shorted here with me at these levels. You could have got a better entry. I think I was like at 31.88 and some change, and then we tapped into like 31.92. I stripped a good portion of my long. Like I said, I'm just maintaining that. I'll look for areas that I can add back to. Let's look at USDT real quick. What are you doing? And that's what's happening there. I'm looking at you from an 89 minute. You had an impulse. but you also have a lower low. Yeah, that's why I don't trust these moves on these moves down. Because if USDT decides to just hunker down and start coming back down to these levels, yeah, ETH is gonna pop. No. Right. Right now, at this point, we're just going to make sure that shorts are going to be safe. If shorts are going to be safe, we have a lot of time. Look in the grand scheme of things. You know, if we're looking at a 610, a higher time frame, we got 3 hours left on this bad boy. You know, so getting down to these level 3167, 3159 inside these areas, you know, that's all on the table. If we actually have a true and genuine breakout from this symmetrical, go in either direction. That would be nasty work if we literally go from here, collapse underneath, and then come down to here, try to bounce, and then shoot down. That would be, I think a lot of people will be upset. Yeah, a lot of people would be upset with that. But USDT would have to have a massive surge and pull back up, especially on the monthly. We can even go to weekly. This thing would have to pull 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. This thing would literally have to pull all the way back up to here. 6.293. And that would be scurry. Very, very scurry. Go to a monthly. Again, coming all the way down to here, that doesn't make any sense. So I still want to see this level, right? Which is 6194 inside that area. Like if this can pull back into these areas, then I think there are going to be some good long opportunities. So here's an example, right? If you're shorting from these areas, you start to see, you know, there's support being built here inside these areas, right? How would you be able to time that, right? Difficult to time that per se. So look at the next candle. Am I making a new low? No. Then start scalping it. Start taking profits on it. If you come back to your entry level and it starts resisting there, then you have an opportunity to now turn that profit and add back into your short. And so we're looking at obviously looking at lower time frames for that. Oh, but I took too much profit. You know, now it's going much lower. Then, you know, that's going to come with risk management. Just maintain. Let's take a look at see what some of these big boys are doing here. See how they're handling, what they're up to. Let's look at these shorts. Let's see what the short direction is. Everything's still 50-50, man. Actually, yeah, see, it still has that liquidity. It can come and collect over here in this area. It's my only concern. That's my biggest concern is a squeeze all the way up to 3300s and then possibly squeezing it higher, like just seeing like a giga pump up to like 36 and some change. So although I'm sure I don't trust it, if that makes any sense. I don't have all the trust in the world with the short. This is why I would scalp it. And so let's see what some of these big guys are doing. Actually, let's go to order blocks first. BTC showing signs of weakness, 92. And then the next shelf is going to be 90. That's the next shelf. Jeez. These guys are in it. What happened to our 3140s? They all closed? Yeah, they all closed. We got a 3191. This guy clipping similar levels to where we were at. He's overall short on everything. Okay. That makes me feel good. 32. This guy's just been holding. He's probably sweating a little bit. Jeez, 3077? Man. So I got another 3191 over here. Yeah, so we got two whales that are, and this guy's only short on ETH. Wait. Did I see that wrong? Did I click the wrong one? I thought I just saw another 3191. Maybe I'm tripping. Yeah, it's right here. $31.91. Yeah, so we got two whales that are in $31.91. A lot of these guys are underwater. We got. Is this another $31.91? No, it's the same guy. Sorry. A lot of these shorts are being squeezed, boy. They're being squeezed hard. Bro, this guy's short from 28.49. Bro, just give up. Just give up, bro. Oh my gosh. Just give up. I don't know how you're having profitable weeks, boy. But you got no choice. Oh man. These are some of our big boys. The one that have been more patient. This guy's been holding from 3,800. Hats off to you, man. All right, so we got 3180s. Now we're getting into some of these levels where either these guys just opened. This guy opened since September. Oh, this is September. So this guy's been holding for a minute. 6 days ago, 23 hours ago, 1 day ago, 2 hours ago, 3169, 7 hours ago. That was yesterday. Can I look at the time? There we go. 1 hour ago. So 3177s, 3169s. Yeah, a lot of these guys are sitting underwater right now. Yeah, so our most recent one's right over here. That 3191 that we looked at, that guy probably got round tripped. I got to go back to him and see when he opened. You're only short on ETH from 3177. And what are you at right now? 3179? All right. Shorts are going to be feeling it the most. Excuse me. You guys gonna be all right if I literally make myself something to eat real quick? If I walk away for like 3 minutes or so, I'll still have the charts. You might be able to hear me from the kitchen, but I gotta get some grub inside me because today's gonna be a long day in the sense of stream wise. Would not be surprised if we pull right back up to entry. I'm in the kitchen, but I've already taken some profits off of that. Yep. Look at that. See that push? That's why we take profits. That's why you just handle like scalps. We still got like, I don't know, I think like 30 minutes left in this candle. That 3190 guy that we were looking at, the guy just basically just got round tripped. But he didn't close. Happy dog, be good. Yeah, I'll be here. Yeah, I'm gonna be here until Asia, guys. So feel free. Love the company, but I'll be here. I'll be here during that time. The objective is just for us to kind of manage these positions. At least that's what I'm going to be doing. I'll be guiding you through it. Always feel free to ask questions as we go through it. I would not be surprised if we go right back to our entry level. So that's what I'm saying. Like, just be diligent. You can probably take a good amount of scalps. You can probably take like 4 or 5 scalps and be all right. Did I change the character and then that was a retest? Hold up. Breaker structure. Or order block just formed there. That's interesting. I think we have some shaved bottoms over there. Right over here. No, you don't have shave bottoms. You got shave bottoms here. Where's that? 3145? Yep. Majority of this has already been cleared. The only other shave bottoms that I really would like to see cleared. Yo, is that 23? No way. Oh, that was cleared. Whew. That wasn't cleared. What is that? 2503? Yeah, there's POC that sits right over there too. Ugh. I'll give you heartburn. That was cleared. Yeah, that was cleared. All that was cleared. So really the only imbalances that I genuinely see are going to be inside of this area, which that's going to be nasty work if we pull all the way down to there from here. That would be disgusting. Oh man, that was good. That was good. I needed some fuel. Let's go make some more coffee, and we'll be golden. Yeah, I think these bulls had enough. These bulls just say nope. I see it going back to entry, just so you know. Yeah, these shorts don't feel safe yet. They just don't feel safe yet. I need a safety blanket, guys. Oh, damn. We didn't even measure out PM session. We're slipping. We didn't even measure out PM session. I'll go back and do that right now. I can redo that later. That's fine. I don't need this right now. I need to see a PM session. So it broke below, but then it's trying to break above. So I think this level is going to get tested again, this area. I got little faith in this right here, this block right here. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's got to climb back above here to change that setup phase back again. It was 31.85. What was that? What? Oh, I don't need a vertical. Horizontal. That's what's up. Bytenix, yeah, Bytenix shows some love, man. Bytenix definitely shows some love. Yep. Uh, 3 minutes left in this one. Then if I count 4 back on that, 1, 2, 3, 4, same area, right? Because that was a. Oh no, it would put above here. So we're gonna have a little level right over here on the next session. So either this candle here needs to climb above here and close above here, or the next candle needs to climb above here and close here. So regardless, we're going to revisit these areas. That's what's up. Good, 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 good. Yeah, just treat it like a scalp. Jeez, where did that come from? What is going on? Wow. Wow. Yeah, they're buying dips. That's what they're doing. Yep. Yeah, 32. Yeah, for swing shorts, those are the areas. Let me get my coffee, guys. My coffee's done here. Be right back. Get some coffee, guys. Hold on. Is it a new 13-minute? Yeah, this new 13-minute just started. Okay. Why is my mouse doing that? Why is it acting slow like that? Yeah, pick which direction it's going to go in here. Yeah, those 3200s look like they're ready. To be honest with you guys. Just got to wait for it. Yeah, it's either up or we're going to come right back down to these levels. Yeah, what's the measurement for that? 3136 points us right back to that same level. Are any of you guys long? Did you guys hold on to that long from yesterday? That long that we took? I'm hoping everyone that tunes in, at least from last week, should be in profits. And then if you're, coming onto the streams for the first time, we took some longs yesterday. Nobody's long? That's what's up. Oh, what's up, Doge? What's going on, bro? Nice to see you here. You closed yesterday? Closed everything, about to start a new long? Okay. Nope. Hmm. Maybe. They're watching. I don't want to share that information. They're watching. Who knows? I don't know. Who knows? I think I got a good idea. Well, are you guys short? I think some of you guys are sideline. You guys said that you're sideline, but any of you guys short the levels that I pointed out earlier? Not exactly clear. Actually, went too long. We had some clear levels yesterday. I don't know if you caught it yesterday, and we had some clear levels last week. Hey, 31.75. Let's hope you get a push down. Yeah, if any of you guys stick to short that I had given a little while ago, I gave a short call here inside of these levels. What is going on? Well, you're breaking underneath it. That's interesting. Imbalance down here. Yeah, this is the short that we were talking about just now. We pushed it a little bit higher, but then we're looking for these levels. If not, then I'm looking for these levels down here. Let's see. That's just silly. Why go there? Why? Did an 89-minute just begin? Not yet. There's 7 minutes left. Oh man, that'd be interesting if it finishes as a shooting star. That'd be very interesting. If we get a shooting star here, follow with an engulfing, ooh, and then engulfing is not going to be much of that body. So what does 610 show us? 610 still doing its thing. You got 2 hours left inside of you. I'll go to some conventional time frames. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a big push in order to get down here to change that setup phase. That's pretty deep. 3114. Yeah, I think we're gonna float around here in this area until we get some like actually serious moves. I don't think PM's gonna do much. I'd love to be wrong, but I don't think PM's gonna do much. Yeah, there's flashing buy signals there, running out of strength pretty quick on the bearish side. I do got a sell signal on 34. The trend is running at 100%, so that's showing exhaustion. Got an ADX that's starting to lose strength. RSI starting to lose strength. Money flow starting to lose strength. Higher time frame sell signal as well there too. 55, no sell signal yet. ADX is still running strong, running hot. We really want to see this peak. You know, this is a peak for ADX, peak level. So you're really looking for ADX just to do something like this. That's what you're looking for. But I think we're going to float around that area for a little while. That's basically a rectangle right there. Yeah, you got a big box right sitting right there. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to that idea that I had earlier. I know I removed it, but I'm just still gonna play around with it. I can go here too. Either or can be a pivot. So now D needs to be finished. That don't make any sense for a D wave. I like that. I like that. I like that too. This will just make sense. Just to run it back to where everybody was longing this morning. That would be ideal. Something like that. Because I'm looking at a wave B over here. Come back, reject it, retest here, then move back higher. Yeah, came and tested that bottom of that level. This zone right here. So it's got to climb back above here. That was the first test right there. This is still on the table right here to be tested. Now this actually kind of changes this. Now it needs to close. If it's going to be bearish, it needs to close underneath here. That's why you see it bouncing off of that. It's trying to hold that setup phase. You don't have a buy signal on there yet. It's still running bearish strength on that. Yeah. That's going to push ETH higher, which we're game for. Totally okay with that. But this, I'll go to 377. That don't look good. Not for shorts, at least. Not for shorts on ETH. 1, 2, 3, 4. It would literally need to squeeze all the way up to here. Took liquidity there. Yep, once, twice. Yeah, I have nothing that appears here. What does it look like if I do this? You're from there? Okay. So you need to break beneath that. If USDT can hold this line, this leaves all this to be retested. That's going to make ETH sink. The way that it just looks just from price action wise, like it looks like it's just getting started on the bearish side. So I would like to lean more towards it's going to go a little bit lower. This is why I'm going to be treating all my ETH shorts as scalps. I had a sample short earlier. I just removed it. I got a 9 printing here. Just take all this out up here and come back and retest this. Maybe a little bit lower, maybe down to here. I hope that helps. Yeah, that's why I scalped my long. I'm going to scalp my short for that specific reason. Now we're flipping New York. New York PM. Ideally, those 3200s, those make a little bit more sense to me. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to come and test this. And the new 89-minute just began. It finished pretty strong. It didn't finish as a shooting star or anything like that. One, 2, 3, 4. Still this level. Like you'd have to see like a massive candle come down to these levels. That would be pretty impressive if it pushes all the way down to these levels and pulls right back up again. Hey, maybe it respects that trend line. It respects this downtrend. I would like to see it break out. Yeah, that won't make sense. Unless I came from down here. Unless I adjust you to here. Unless I utilize you as a swing point, then this wave D gets a lot lower. Come back and maybe retest New York Open. Let's see what happens. Good morning. Good morning. What, are you heavier on your long than your short? No, definitely no. Don't long here. No, no. This is a neutral. This is the no trade zone. Like either you're shorting from above or you're waiting for higher. One of the two. I didn't add to my long. Me personally, I didn't. Oh boy. Do you guys prefer if I had a camera on? Would that make any difference? So I got a camera set up for this. At least I have the template I have for OBS. I have it set up, but I don't know what that's going to do to bandwidth, but we do have that set up. Let's see what some of these big boys are doing here. Actually, let's go look at some liquidity. Sheesh. Look at that. Look at all that. All that. All that. And there's something here to the bottom. Same level over here. Take out those 3060s. That's some of my levels over here. Bro, I'm telling you, that would be very nasty work if we just completely plummet down to these levels. It's some strong inducement. We do have a shaved head here at the top right here, so I think we're still going to be floating around here in this area. Let's go back to the charts here. Yeah, I'm not uncomfortable being in front of a camera. Some would argue that I like being in front of the camera too much. Quite comfortable with it. I just didn't know if it added any value. If you guys can have a little bit more, for lack of better terminology, a little bit more intimacy with the stream. I gotta find some non-copyright music so I can have that in the background. Cause I got music in my headset right now, but I know when there's lulls and there's nobody talking really, it just adds to it. It keeps things entertaining. Yeah, I gotta go on there and find it. It's a site directly, NCS. That would be good. I could listen to music I want to listen to. Let me see if I can do that here. Maybe it's under media source. Let me see. No, that wouldn't be. It'd probably be a window capture. Let me see if that works. Okay, so no, it's not that. No, it's not that either. I could do some legwork on that. The different sites, the 3 different sites. Hold on, I'll show you right now. This one here is CoinGlass. That's CoinGlass. If you want to check whales and things like that, it's Hyperbot. And if you want to check for like order blocks, things of that nature, you can do the same thing on CoinGlass you can do here. This is just, I just like the way that it's set up aesthetically. This one's called Tape Surf. So Hyperbot, Tape Surf, and CoinGlass. So it's not a window capture because it's not grabbing my output capture. Maybe let's try that. If this messes things up, then just let me know. I'll switch it, but I'm just doing a little test here. Do you guys hear that? No? Okay. So then that didn't bleed over. I gotta figure out the right way of doing it. So that didn't work. Where are you gonna come from? I gotta figure that out. When I end stream tonight, then I'll do some test runs. See how I can get my music to play into here. I would assume it'd be under audio mixer. Let's see, because I do have that. So let's see if it's through here. Yeah, no, I'm not getting anything on that. Maybe if I do it through mic, but that wouldn't work either. That's actually going to mess me up, so I'm not going to do that. We're going to go ahead and delete that. Sheesh. Just pushed up, huh? Yeah, it just cleared that imbalance that we had over here. That's the imbalance that we were looking at. I wanted to see that get cleared. There's nothing up here as far as imbalance. We've got a 9 that printed. It makes more sense for us to come down and start testing these levels, these lower levels. Now giving the shorts a little bit of a little bit bigger of a safety net, if that makes sense. We're not out of the woods yet, though. Shorts wise, we're just not out of the woods yet. The triangles are for more Boozoo candles, also known as shaved bottoms, shaved heads. So I wrote an indicator with my fair value gaps to help me identify where there's shaved bottoms and shaved heads. That's this one right over here. See? On and off. What's going on, Mr. I can't even pronounce it. I'm just say Mr. X. What's going on? Yeah, it's quite strong. Longs are still printing. Feeling good on the longs. You know, the shorts are just going to be scalps, in my opinion, here at these levels. Just scalping them. We did clear some imbalance, but I do have levels that come all the way up to like 32, 62, 32, 36 inside this area. Actually, starting here, to be quite honest, I want to see either we get resistance there, resistance here, here, all these levels. You just got to be diligent here. Yeah, same thing. I'm waiting for one more liquidity. We're on the same plan there. We need to sweep this area. So from a lower, we do have a symmetrical breakout here in this area. So this is really what we're looking for it to be, testing this area. Maybe possibly a little bit lower, testing that New York open high for the AM, testing that area, then we can move higher. All still would still be considered bearish retest, even if it came all up to here. Even if this thing went all the way up to 3,800, still going to be inside of bearish retest levels. It's good that you're positioned long in the event that it does do that, but those are going to be your bearish retest levels. And I was going over that here on the monthly for ETH. This month, in order for this setup phase to flip to a bearish setup phase, 1, 2, 3, 4, we literally need to climb all the way up to here, 41, 44. I think that's a bit of a stretch, in my opinion. I think maybe we get like a couple more months. You know, so we got February over here, then it becomes 1, 2, 3, 4, then it's a little bit lower. That's an easier distance than 4,100. Maybe we get into March and then it'd be 1, 2, 3, and then 4. Then we just need to climb above this, which would be a lot easier. But during that time frame, over the next 60, 70 days, you know, we could see moves down to here. We could see moves down to here. We could very well see those. So it's essentially intraday scalp weather. I don't see any swings here, swing shorts, or swing longs for that matter, unless you grab one of these Pico bottoms over here, 2600s. I think that's the only place that you'd be considered quote unquote safe for the time being. Come on. You got it in you. Give us the push. Give us the push. We got an hour left on this thing. Another reason why I feel like we're going to go higher is because, I mean, if this thing would have sank already, you know, we would have rejected and we would have already been down here inside this area. It's not giving us any of those signs right now. Everything's pointing towards it's just going to try to stretch higher. We're going to test that 3188 again. That's that 13-minute that we were talking about. And there goes that test. Yep. Told you it was going to come back to entry. I knew it was going to come back to entry. And if you scalped it and then re-shorted it, you know, now you have a larger profitable position that you can sit in. Just, I don't feel like shorts are completely safe in these zones. I don't know why it does that. I don't know. I'm not doing anything on my end to regulate your messages. That it is a saving grace. Oh, how good. And see how we're just floating at this 31.89? I smell a push. I smell a push coming. Second chance for longs to take some profits. Just don't be greedy. If it pushes up, you'll be positioned. But if we continue to see signs of weakness here in this area, then you don't want to be kicking yourself going, dang, I didn't take profits at, you know, Pico tops. I got greedy. Second chance for longs to take profits. Second chance for shorts to try to gain entry. Let's see if it holds. What is USDT going to be doing here? I think we're looking at a 610, right? Yeah, it needs to hold this line. We can move it down just a smidge. Lose that line, ETH is going to pump. It's going to pump hard too. They're squeezing, boy. They are squeezing. Why are you rejecting that fib? You reject that fib pretty hard. There you go. Got a 9 printing. Be careful on this 9, especially if you're short. Just be careful on that 9. Got an 8 and a 13. That's actually kind of good here on a 1 minute. Let's see what that looks like for us. So just be careful on that. I'm going to go over to 89 minute. Did we test the top of that again? Yeah, see? Doom, 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 doom. Wow. Continue to treat your shorts like scalps. Just don't overcommit to them. That's what I'm doing. I'm not going to be overcommitted to them. That would be extremely bullish, bro, if it bounced off of here and just went up. There it is. There it is. So I keep saying, just be careful. Sweep those highs, please. There you go. There you go. There's that sweep. That's that sweep. Push maybe a little bit higher. Literally just took out this block, which is fine. Don't need you anymore. Don't need you anymore. Swept that high. 31.98. Did you even pick mine up? Oh, you bugger. 97 5 cents shy. That's comical. That's comical. There you go. That's an exhaustion candle. Let's see what happens here. It went to extension levels. That's not what I meant to do. Oh my gosh, why is it still doing that? At 31.98. It started building at 31.98. Still going to be treating them like scalps, guys. Still treating them like scalps. I'll scalp the down move and then wait till we get to here. Start building a stronger swing short inside here. I don't know, 1 minute, but depends on the time frame you're looking at. Oh, 8 printing on 5 minute. Yeah, yeah. We can run back that area right now. Let's see, because we were looking at, looking for a wave C over here, X, A. We got a B sits here, get a C, and now we're going to be looking for a D leg that comes over here. But C can always come a little bit higher, so that's a good eye on that. We're just stretched into extension levels. Don't get discouraged on shorts or anything like that. Like I said, I'll keep reiterating, you just got to treat them like scalps, guys. You'll be profitable if you treat them like scalps. Don't get into them and think, okay, all right, cool, we're going to 2200 now in one shot. Like, no, we've been hovering on low ends for a while now. So for ETH to stretch all the way to like 3600, 3800, wouldn't be shocked at all. It's long overdue. Long overdue. The higher that C goes, the deeper the D wave goes. That's got a strong little uptrend going. Let's see if they long that area again. I'm not gonna long. I'm not joining that party. Megaphone, maybe. Maybe get a channel of that. I'll play around with that. Let's see what happens here. I'm gonna get rid of this. We don't need that any longer. I want to see what occurs here. New York PM high. See if we retest that and then go right back up again. Most likely, you got buyers stepping. It just depends on time frame. Like we got exhaustion right here just for this trend on a 1 minute. But let's go over to like an 89 minute. 89 minute hasn't even ran into exhaustion yet. It's just running warm. It's pretty aggressive. Yeah, you see, you had a 9 failure here, then you had the 8 to create that balance there. So like this is a good example, just like in real time, kind of what I'm showing you. What I wanted to see here on a 610. See these levels right over here, like these weren't cleared yet. A, B, C, D. Maybe you can do it that way. Yeah, just what I thought. A, B, C, D. Yep. Same story. Shorts are just they're not safe yet. Just continue to scalp. Take profits where you see profits, and just like if I break down lower, then I'll look for another opportunity. I'm already going to be averaging higher, so then when I have my add back will be safe. BNB is on steroids. Yeah, we're definitely going to come back. You know, bullish would be bouncing off of 3184. 3184 to like 3179, maintaining that New York PM session. This thing's got 9 minutes left. What? Why did I? That's the wrong indicator. Why did I put that? Dang it! That's not what I wanted. Or go straight up. Either or. We were ready for you. Yeah, see, it tried to break that trend line right there. I want to clip just the very bottom of that. But if I do that, then I don't get the pull there. So it's trying to break this trend line. It's trying to break that trend line. Which opens up this to have a similar trend line. Right? USDT breaks that trend line, it's going to break this trend line that we're setting up over here, and then we move into these higher levels. Nail biter if you're short, huh? You got a nail biter here. Anybody short? 100%. Yeah, this is peaked on just a lower time frame. That's just getting started, but maybe just short term. These are going to be good for scalps. Short, nice. You opened way lower. That's what's up. I've taken some profits, when we got to these levels on my long, just skimmed a little bit off of them. Still holding it. I think I still have, I still have 35 left in the tank on that. Depends on what your VIP is. I think Bytunix just gave a couple people some fee discounts too, and they're also going to be lowering the fees for VIP levels. I saw that announcement inside of Discord. So I think when they reset, they're going to be lowering some of those fees. Yeah, today's the day it needs to just push, just take everybody out. Easy peasy scalps. Easy peasy scalps. You see, the 8 printed higher than the 9. That's fine. That's relatively what you want to see. The 9 doesn't have to be higher than the 8, as long as the 8 or 9 are higher than the 6 or 7. But see, if you go to a slightly higher time frame, these are still printing. Like, so there's more room to go up. It's another reason why I'm saying, like, yeah, scalps make a little bit more sense here. Just scalp the position. Don't marry yourself to it. In and out, like literally like 2-3 minutes. What was that? We're in the bottom of but look how big this order block is. Look at the size of this thing. It's rejecting the bottom of it. And there's so much space where it can go to and just decide where it actually wants to stop. And you got one that sits right over here too. And now it's kind of sandwiched in between both of them. What does volume look like? Yeah, that volume made sense. Low volume here. Volume doesn't necessarily match here. On a 21 minute, it don't match at all. Yeah, the volume doesn't match at all. Exit squeeze? That'd be juicy if we got an exit on that. That would be nice. That means we targeted it. We pinpointed it good on that. I don't feel 100% safe about it yet. Are you forming a... No way. Wait, are you forming a flag? You haven't formed the bottom yet, have you? Ooh. Yeah, that could definitely mess up people's day. That looks like a high and tight. See if we can maintain that. Yeah, a flag is a continuation pattern. Yeah, the volume doesn't match on some time frames. Yeah, they're building here. Somebody's longing here. Somebody's longing these levels. It's a good stretch for a 6 on the 610. That is a pretty strong freaking candle. 2 strong candles in a row. Close above that 31.23 and then continue to push up. That's pretty strong. Hmm. ETH, are you going to do it? No, just waiting for that higher price, guys. That's all we're really doing here. Just waiting for that higher price. That's what I'm waiting for. And see another sweep. Just continue to sweep these people. Those guys that were short from like 31.40 sitting in major red. Wait, what? For real. Yeah, hold my beer. Here's 3,600. One candle. Yeah, like 32. These upper levels, guys. It's 32.20s, 32.27. I want to see what those levels give us. I've just been scalping the shorts, not holding on to anything. I'm in like literally like 2-3 minutes and then I'm out. It's like quick, like $150, $200 profits and then out. Yeah, we should sweep that again. See another sweep here. Yeah, it's building inside of that. Yeah, see, it's trying to flip this resistance area. It's trying to flip this area. That's why we just got to be extremely careful with shorts. That's what it's flipping right now, 31.95, which kind of screams why we would go higher. There it goes. Sheesh. Told you. There it is. That is strong AF. And where we go to 32.11? I think we had 32.13 from 32.06 to 32.13. Short. Yeah, same. Let's go look at that 89. So yeah, that was a key level. We're looking at 32.06. Let's look at that 89 minute real quick. Me likey. Me likey. Where do we go to 32.13? Let's go. There we go, boys. 3200s. There's a possibility it could do that. Let's just see what happens here. I feel a little bit more comfortable about the shorts. The 618 level is tagged into. See, my alarms are going off like crazy. My next level that I have, 3218 all the way to 3227. So just not out of the woods yet. Just not out of the woods yet. Excuse me. Now we just need confirmation for this thing to start breaking down. That's really what we're looking for. Printed a 4. Not the look that I'm looking for. 1, 2, 3, 4. We need to get back into these levels, into PM, New York PM, in order for us to start seeing this setup phase break down. I think we got some shaved bottoms, and I want to check volume as well too. Look at that volume compared to these volumes. You got a shaved bottom, yeah. Look at that. So let's get into this area here. If we can start breaking down and coming down a little bit lower, then yes, the shorts will feel a little bit safer, but same rules apply. Just, handle them like scalps. And 3213 was one of the levels that we were looking at. From 3206, 3213, all the way to 3230s. How much time do we have left on this 89? 23 minutes. That next 89 minute candle is going to be, look at that. That is straight vertical. That's a parabolic move, man. That is a parabolic move. I'm curious as to what some of these big guys are doing out there. I'll share that with you guys here. Hold on. Man, some of these guys are hurting. Jeez, these 3140 guys are just dying right now. This guy long 3183. You got a whole bunch of longs opening up on these big boys. Look at this. Yeah, you need it. One long. 3183. Yeah, they need it. So those shorts are still holding. They haven't closed their positions, which is kind of weird in my opinion. I mean, I guess I'm just a different breed in the sense of trader. Like I'm not going to sit in that much of red, but if they're not closing, then they got to know something that I'm not seeing here. Like they're anticipating much lower. Be right back. I got to use the restroom, guys. Our best case bullish scenario here is, coming to that New York PM high and then bouncing off of this area, bouncing off of this region. Right? So just speculating something like this and then coming back up again. That's your best bullish scenario. But if this thing decides to do the opposite, which looking at those wallets, if it decides to just start tanking here in this area, then I would expect that, and then we go lower. There's a lot of big wallets in there that are sitting at 3140s, 3150s, and they have not closed. Why haven't you closed yet? I'll do my best. I'll do my best. I'm a little heavy on mine right now. In that 32, if you go into my corner, you see that 3206 target that I was looking at. That's still the same thesis. It's the 89-minute that I was looking at. I've been playing around with this wave C, seeing if wave C was going to break down here a little bit lower. Obviously, we broke up higher, but went to my original areas. So just scalping all the way up until we get into the zone. So I'm looking for, swing shorts inside the zone. If this area gets completely violated, we're coming to here. It's going to come into here. You get a little bit of turbulence. You might get some scalp shorts here in this area, but this makes the most sense. And that tells me wave 4 was complete here inside of this area. I would like to see wave 4 completed over here, but market doesn't care what I think. Nice clean breakout here. Still hasn't been retested though, so let's just keep that in mind, right? So if it sinks all the way to 3163 and it starts bouncing off of that area, that's still going to be bullish. That's going to be a bullish retest. And then we're going to aim for those higher targets. We're going to aim for like 3300s. If we do get a nice strong bounce here inside this area, inside this level, then I would look to add to my long. Just the breaking that high. If I break that high, like I'm not overly committed to the short. If we break that high, then I'll look for another entry above. Yeah, sure, I'll eat fees, but my short will make up for. I mean, my long will make up for it. Hang on for a second. What's up, babe? Yeah. Yes. All right. Okay. Bye. Um. Hmm. You gonna go back? Go back. Come on. Come back. Come back. Guido, you should be good, right? You're at your long area. Should be fine on that. It's got a little bit of room to get into this area over here. Yep. It's gonna come back. I think it's gonna get into this area right over here. Which that is like what 32.14, 32.18 in that area. Yeah, you need to bounce off of that 31.95 if you're gonna flip it. You need to bounce off of there. Push it right underneath. Let's see. Not adding to my long. I'm not doing anything like that. I'm just observing here. Yeah, there's still no sell signals on that yet. What does 610 look like? 610 looks like that party is just beginning, so I don't overly commit to those shorts, guys. All right, so now it just rejected the high, so it tried to flip it, but then it just rejected it. Next level I'm looking at is right over here, seeing if it can hold New York. There you go. At least you got to your levels, bro. Did you short it though? After you closed, did you short it? Well, we had some whales sitting in there like 3200s. They just got round tripped. Now the test of patience really is going to start kicking in. Big patience. I'll be here through Asia, so we got a long time. We got a long time. He is a short from 2900. Yeah, there's one that has one from like 2800 or something like that. 400 pips outside of his zone. I don't know, bro. I'm gonna look at some of these positions again. Let's see what that looks like. I'll keep my eye on the chart here. Let's see what these guys are doing. Let's go with longs. Let's see what longs are doing here. Homeboy opened up at 32.02. 15 minutes ago. Yeah, he's probably expecting ETH to go a little bit higher. But he's short on everything else. Shorted 143 on Sol. Yo, hold up. Did he just open this? Did he just open this? He just opened that. He was all short. He just closed his short and he just opened long on BTC. He's probably aiming for 97. Yep. Yeah, we tapped into this liquidity over here as well too. 32.14. There's a little bit more room. If this thing just has to go gangbusters on us, that's 3300s. You could also look at it from that perspective. Let's look at that. Let's look at a wave count from there. I'll go to like a 450. Possibly. I could see something like that. No way. That won't work. That wouldn't work. You'd have to go X, A, B, and then this is forming C. But unless I go from here, X, A, B, C would have to just come right back to these ridiculous levels, refusing to let go of this. Yeah, we got liquidity all the way to like 3300s. It's those patience, boys. Yeah, he just opened a BTC long. That's pretty wild. I don't understand that. Impulse candle coming in here on a 1 minute. Let's see where this flushes us to. If it can flush us. I would like to see what happens at 3184, to be honest with you. And how much time is left on this 89? 7 minutes left on this one. If it closes at 3184, if this 89 minute closes at 3184, it just closes at that level, then we're going to see a shooting star here. It doesn't have the highest of probabilities in the sense of reversal, but the point being is that that's a reversal candle. Perfect world would be a shooting star followed by an engulfing. Yeah. Longs will be cooked. Longs would be cooked. So you got about 5 minutes, 6 minutes left on this. Hey Siri, set a timer for 6 minutes.
6 minutes starting now.
That nine has a failure because that 7's deeper, at least on a 1 minute. Oh, I walk through the valley of the shadow of you. No, I'm just passing through. Oh, yeah. I walk. Interesting. Hmm. So did you already give me an ABC? That's possible. It's possible here. I'm trying to flip that 31.95, rejected again here. But only a couple minutes left on this. I'd wait for another retest. I mean, I'm already short. I'll be streaming every day, Monday through Friday. Thursday's only going to be, I won't be streaming on YouTube on Thursday. Thursday's going to be inside Discord. Yeah, if you go a little bit higher, there's another band that sits around 3,300 for liquidity on CoinGlass. I'm looking at a 8-hour, I believe. Yeah, 8-hour. There's a liquidity bucket all the way up to 33.31. I'm looking at some retest levels. That's where you see these fibs. Looking at retest levels, and if we break above, then again we have another extension. We have an extension that comes up. It would be absolutely comical if this entire month erases all the gains. If it erases all those gains. What's Crypto Tutor doing? Yeah, 3,300 is the next level that we're looking at. First thing I want to see what the reaction looks like over here. If we get some good support here inside this level, then I would add to my long and then hold it until we get to 3,300s. Be a very, very risky long, but my average will be okay. So I think some of you guys that are going to be entering late, it'll be a little bit of a nail biter. Got a new 89-minute coming in here in a couple seconds. Ooh. No way. In seconds? There's no way you're going to do that in seconds. Yeah, I didn't think so. Yeah. Sorry if I'm flipping back and forth. This is how I'm reading it. Should be twice the body length. It's not just a regular candle. But we did push out of this 31.95, 31.95 is being a resistance area. Try to retest it, but it closed underneath it. So this could just be a exit push. Maybe we come back and revisit some of these areas inside of these zones. I have a feeling we're going to come here. We're going to go right back up. Spidey senses are going off here. My long is from 3078. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, the Discord stream, the education class, it's available to anybody that's part of ScalpX. But you got a blessing, brother. You basically got a reset. You got a reset on everything. This is the new 89-minute candle that's kicking in right now. There's not much here in this area like this, maybe retesting some smaller resistance areas in that zone. That is straight vertical. No retest. None. I mean, for this to go to change the setup phase, 4 back, 1, 2, 3, again, still deep levels it needs to come to. 31.45. That's where it would need to plummet to, if you will. But that could just be another long opportunity. Taps into that level and then goes up higher again. That would be juicy. That would be really good for all of us. I respected the 0.5 fib. That's ideally what I'm looking for. And, you know, if I'm late to a long or something like that. That's what I'd be looking for. I want to see what reaction we get over here inside of this area first. Yeah, Volume's dismal. Good eye. Good catch. That's why I want to see what goes on here in this area. So I think 89 minutes going to try to maintain that. I think 89 minutes going to try to maintain this level. Let's go to 610 real quick. Yeah, that's nasty work. And this has 53 minutes left inside of it. Yeah, good, decent volume on this candle from the higher time frame. Higher time frame. There's no way you get a C here. Either or. Let's just say that was it. Yeah, weekly looks like that party's just getting started. Yeah, keep going, ETH. I long appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, price action above 0.5 fib level. It's usually bullish. So looking for what occurs here again. 3206. There's a 618 level that sits over here from an 89 minute. I just know that from memory. It sits over here inside this zone. So the higher this wave B, that's kind of silly, but then the shorter that wave C is going to go, and the higher that wave D is going to go. All right. And if you guys got any questions, feel free to ask. You're not going to give me a wave B here? What are you going to do? You're going to go a little bit higher for a wave B? We're in a relatively same spot, almost same area. Yeah, bouncing off that 0.5 fib area just kind of points towards, going retesting 0.7 or even the 0.88 area. A small long at 3184. Yeah, I'm gonna look. I'm gonna look in that area because looking for a wave C. So I'd probably add to my position, trying to get into this zone over here, possibly even 3300. Like if this just wave D just continues to go up higher. I usually stream about like 45 minutes to an hour before New York opens. So 8:15 a.m., 8 a.m. I try to get it a little bit early so I can start mapping out some of the ideas. Had a little bit of a late start. I am not going to front. I was completely fried yesterday. I'm probably going to be fried again today. This is going to be a longer stream for us. I might get a sea pony over here. That's not performing the way I want, so I'll remeasure. There you go. Sheesh. Swap that high again. Are you done yet? Are you done yet? BTC is over 94 right now. It stretched over 94 for a minute there. I'd be paying attention to like 97 for BTC. Yeah, which is crazy to me, man. Those guys, man. I guess that's why they have, such large P&Ls. Wait, you're gonna print a 9? Okay. How exhausted are you over here? No, that was an 8 too. Hey, look, we tapped right into this red box that we were looking at just a minute ago. I'll just keep adjusting this. I'll just keep adjusting this. Exhaustion candle there too. That's a nice clean rejection off of that extension fib. Let's go ahead and get rid of. Don't need that. Don't need that. Yeah, don't need that. And don't need that. Yeah, BTC hovering right around 94. What did you top out? I'm gonna jump into this real quick. 94.078. That is just completely parabolic. That's yeah. Yeah, it's showing us exhaustion candles. That's what you see, like this Pepto Bismol looking pink in the dog. We tapped into this area right over here, which was measured from here. So we had some strong resistance here. That's what created that plummet down where we reached, these 3053 levels. So good resistance level over here. If it decides to take it, then good news for longs. Yeah, I'll take a look at BTC in a second. I'm just managing on my side. Just give me a minute. Oh, that's annoying. That's annoying. Okay. Whatever, I'll make a new one. Yeah, see who's opening longs though. See who's opening longs. Yeah, 3220. That area still has to be tapped. If you look at CoinGlass, that still has a level as well too. But check out the longs. See who's opening longs at these levels. And those shorts probably still haven't closed. The 3140s. I'd look to see those that opened today, opened the shorts today. No, I'm not opening long. I'm just talking about some of these whales. They don't care. Yeah, I think the Clarity Act is tomorrow, right? Key level right over here. That was key for us. One, 2, 3, 4. So let's get underneath here. 3202. That'll change the setup phase. That printed an 8. That's decent. Just not out of the woods yet. But man, this is just straight vertical though, right? Look at that. No retest. So just continue to treat, if you're shorting, just continue to treat them like scalps, you know what I'm saying? And then look for the add back. They're going to build on 3206. I've already scalped this area like 4 times. Where's the apex of this going to be? Yeah, breakout area. So coming back and retesting this area. That's if we crawl all the way back over there. It'd be a shorter distance if let's assuming it broke out here. Which is ironically the same height as here. This just needs to be liquidity. $2.24, yeah. Okay. I'll take that. So if that's going to be the case, then you'd probably look like this. Wherever this decides to land. And then get a move into here. Let's measure that. Yeah, no, I don't like that. Hmm. What time is that at? 11:27. Wait. That's tonight. We better hope Asia dumps. Better hope Asia dumps. Hope for Asia to dump and London to long. It's a very weak wave A, if that's a wave A. Should we put the bears now? We need to summon the bears. They're way underneath though. They're all spread out. Yeah, we got to organize that. All right, let's go. Who's opening longs here? Not you guys. Not you guys. I'm talking about some of these bulls out there. $31.83. None of these guys added. Six days ago? What? He must have added to his position. Yeah, we weren't over here. See, this guy must have added to his position. He added to his short. He must have added to his position. He must have been shorted from higher. Why aren't you scrolling over? Thank you. Yeah, this guy must have added to his position. He's only on one position, ETH short. That's just a weak wave A. It's probably going to go for another extension here. Just scalping, honestly. Just scalping. Just scalping. No, I definitely did say long now. No. Just because we're in an up thrust and people are just riding that up thrust. Like ETH has the potential of reaching all the way to like 3,800 if it really wanted to, and just completely melt bears. That's why you can't be overly committed to them. To be quite honest, you just can't. But that doesn't measure right though, because then that's saying this was that wave. And I would need to put this at, that's the only way that that's possible. Yeah, that's on a 9 too. Let's see where this 9 goes, where this 9 can take us. Hmm. Tell me not so dark. Hmm. I mean, if we go into a true bear market, I mean, we got like 700 levels. To be honest with you, I don't think that's going to be something that's going to happen. In my opinion, I think the low would be somewhere like 1900 for the year inside of 2026. 1900s, 1800s. I think that would be the low. All right, let's see what this candle wants to give us. Maybe we get equal highs. God bless you too. God bless you. You got imbalances on both sides. So a 9 to clear this, and then we need price action to clear that. So I don't trust this right here. It's always the runners that perform. It's crazy. Don't get me wrong. I'm happy with my long. I'm very happy with my long. But it's crazy that the runners always perform. Yeah, we're inside this box over here. Maybe we get one more sweep high again into this level. You got 46 minutes left on this. On an 89 minute. 610 is done in 20 minutes. I'm going to take the fib zone off because it looks like wicks. What the hell is this? That's an exhaustion candle? We probably get another push higher. 32.20 inside that area. No, definitely. I wouldn't say it's the top for the year. I mean, it has room to go up to 3,800, 4,100 in that area. All those levels are considered bearish retest. It's just running into exhaustion, and this thing has had no retracement. So, the higher it goes, the deeper we have levels to go down. We'll measure out a vertical run up and see what that level looks like once we start to see like true signs of weakness. I want to start measuring that from like an 89 minute over here because you can see it here a little bit better. Right? You got a straight vertical run up. So we'll measure that out. That was nice. Where did you come from? Not an easy environment for shorts. Not swing shorts. It's easier on the scalps because we keep revisiting those highs and we keep making higher highs. That's why it's important just to treat them like scalps. Nobody should be like, yo, I'm at a loss or anything like that. Like if you're following the guidance the right way, you know, you're treating every single one of them like a scalp. In and out, in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. You got to treat these things like a cold shower. That was a decent sign for 1 minute. Signs of weakness there. Didn't break that high. Shorts are just paying longs right now. Long is fine. Long is fine. You can take small little 5% here, 10% here in profits, and then call it a day. I want to see what happens here at this 3220 benchmark. I want to see a push into that level. Into these levels right over here. Where I had the short set up over here. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for all this right here. See if we can get a reaction. See if we can get an actual decent enough push down. And then targeting this right over here. Oops. 31.45 inside of those areas. But we never even tested New York. Open high. Broke above it, but didn't even come to that line. Really bullish would be bouncing off of 31.99, basically holding on to 3,200 levels. Those guys that are still holding on to 31.45, boy, oh boy. In order for us to get a move down to the downside, we need more shorts to start entering. I mean, more longs to start entering. Yeah, see this level right over here. There's a little bit that sits right over here too. Right at that 3220 area. Yeah. Bro, are you guys not watching? Are you guys not listening? Yeah, I mean, ETH can go all the way to 3,800 and it's still considered bearish retest. So I'm saying you guys got to treat these like scalps. Like this is not swing short environment just yet. We can come all the way down to 31.95 in that area and bounce right back up and go all the way up to like 32.43, 32.20. Right, because that's what we need more longs to start entering here for institutional money to do the complete opposite of that, to start using that as liquidity. People that are long in the top. That's really what you need to be seeing here in this area. For those that have long like 3,063, 3,092, 3,070s, you know, all those longs from last week, I personally believe that the safes are still long. I would be looking for add backs. You know, add backs from 31.45, 31.36 inside of those levels. I think I have a retest area that sits right over here. Yeah, like 31.60s. This would be ideal. This would be ideal because then that would confirm that we're going to have a breakout for that symmetrical. I print a 9. That printed a 9. But see, that printed a 9 with a 1 on the lead up phase. So for this to switch, it's got to start showing some signs of weakness here, which it's really not, to be honest with you guys. Overextended here. Overextended. One sell sign. RSI still relatively running hot. Still peaking out over here on a 60 on ADX. So we're running into overextension levels, but that doesn't mean that we're out of the woods yet. See, people are trying to long this area. That's what we need to see more of. There you go. Push them out, push their stops. Now people want to start catching knives. We need to see more of that. So I'm particularly curious to see what occurs, like either on this trend line. If this trend line becomes liquidity, maybe we get a sweep down into this level. So I'm really looking at these levels right here, the extension fib levels. So right in here to right over here. Not really interested in adding back to my long at those levels. It more be just taking profits on shorts. Pretty strong move. You can see bulls now, they're trying to defend that 3,200 block. We had this one bull that was longing from 31.47 when we had a top. Price came all the way down to those 3,060s. I believe that guy still held. Yes, I am. Everything's posted inside my corner, guys. If you see inside Discord, that's the idea that I had posted. That's what I'm looking at. I don't want to run into fatigue, but for the most part, I've given you guys some ideas in the fib levels that we're looking at here. So just follow along with me, please. Can you give us 3220, please? That'd be great. That'd be fantastic. BTC close on 4 hour? No, I haven't looked at BTC yet. Yeah, that's pretty strong. So when you see these boxes, things like this, these are areas that I'm looking for signs of weakness. So we've obviously we created it, and then we retested it, and then we came and retested it again. It becomes invalid if it pushes up above it. So the very top of this is 3220. So when you start seeing boxes like this, you're looking for signs of weakness. That's where you do want essentially want to start building your short if you're shorting in these areas. You don't want to start shorting when you see the price coming down, because then you just add yourself to liquidity. It's got to go for 3220, man. That's like the makes sense area. Inducement? Yeah, I gotta break a structure over there. How many break a structure do I have on this 5-minute? One, two, three, four, five, six. 6 breaker structures. Let's see if they can defend 3200s. Oh boy. I'm running into fatigue. I need some coffee. Said they're trying to defend that 3200 block. They're just trying to create this narrative, right? Just get everybody just going goo goo gaga for it. Right, let's just look at extreme. Like ETH pushes all the way up into these levels. Like it's just going to create a euphoric type of aura, if you will, if that makes any sense. And people are just going to continue to start longing that, and then you're just going to see a cascade. Yeah, I'm down for 3,800. I don't know how many of you guys are short. But if you're just, popping in here, maybe you just got a position, need some guidance, you got to be treating all your shorts like scalps. That has been the theme of the day. Do not be overly committed to them. Come on, give me 3220. Give me that. Give me that. Give me that. What did London do last night? Let's go back to that for a second. Okay, so London carried us up over that key level. And it carried us over. New York carried us up high. So right now we have London and New York that are both in sync. Let's check on USDT real quick. What did USDT do? Yeah, look at that. Trendline liquidity. Printing a 9. If this thing just plummets down, ETH is going to go bananas. ETH is going to pump hard. It's on a 9 now from a 610 perspective, so just be careful. Keep your eye on USDT right now. Look at that. No signs of health on that. And that's a 9. If that thing just starts plummeting down, shorts are going to get smoked. About time USDT started dying. And that's a pretty big candle that it needs to chase all the way back up. That is a pretty big candle. Even if you get back to retest this trend line and then break down again, that's a pretty big candle to chase. So longs are probably going to be more favored. Well, not probably. They are going to be more favored. Perfect world. I just want to see it flush this area. I want to see it flush this red box. That's what I want to see it. Push up. Maybe even get us into this 32, 34, 32, 37 benchmark. Yeah, are you winding up? Yeah, you're winding up. It's going to push up. That's going to push up. That's just winding up. I'm telling you, it's going to take out some of these shorts. And that trend line is getting tighter and tighter. It's going to take this trend line for liquidity. Yeah. It could just be the beginning. Yeah. But I mean, when you see something like this, when you got a parabolic move like this, you know, a healthy move for us to go higher is to have some type of retracement, even if it's moderate, you know, even if it's short term, you know, coming down to 3187, somewhere inside these levels, or even coming down to like 3163, like that's healthy for us to have continuation to the upside. If we just keep going parabolic, then you're going to see a nasty crash. It's going to be quite disgusting. See, like we moved up here, then we had a correction, then we moved up, then we had a correction. We moved up strong here, then we had a strong correction. Look how big this candle was with no correction, then came crashing down. So I wanted to go higher. I mean, my long will be very happy, but I want to see a short little cool down, you know, back into these levels, you know, 3180s down to like 3160s. The other side of that would be is saying if we topped out here for this harmonic pattern, and this will probably be stretched out just a little bit further. If I can find a fib zone, that'd be great. Yeah, somewhere over here, which would put us somewhere in late January, if that's the case. And that's what today is. That's in about a week or so. Yep, just defending 3206. Still just scalping. Still just scalping. They got dumb money, bro. But they're probably taking other positions. Most likely they're scalping in and out. So like what we're seeing are positions that they're holding. Those 3140 guys, I mean, that guy that shorted 2800. Bless his heart. Hey Google, turn on all lights. Yeah, that 3206. So now we're testing that trend line. Remember what I was pointing out to you earlier? See if this trend line is going to hold or if it's going to be liquidity. Like if we get a push down to this area, then most people are longing this area. Yeah, I'll do something stupid. That's a cooldown on a 1 minute. Oh. All right. Just take that trend line, please. Same story. They're just they're defending the 3200s. Again, just another scalp. Another scalp for me. You imagine if we go all the way back down to 3080s, 3090s. So let's try this again. Yeah. 57% of you guys, 67. Look at that. Maybe you guys know something I don't know. Let's see what this looks like on an 89 minute. You got 12 minutes left on this thing. See if we get a shooting star on that. There's that 3195 area again. It just retested it, or it's about to retest it right now. Got a 9 impulse coming in here now. What did USDT do? Yeah, a little tiny pull back up on USDT. Still treat them like scalps. But realistically, I don't think we're gonna get back down to 3080s before we get to 3300s. Yeah, see, this is where they defend 3200s. You know the opposite usually happens, right? When we do these pulls. And I'm not saying that you're wrong, and I'm not saying that I'm right. I just noticed anytime we do polls, we always get the opposite. So maybe we vote the opposite. How risky is it long here? 3195 is kind of a key area. That was a resistance area that it flipped. So you're going to see a retest on that. I mean, I would look at that as maybe a potential scalp long. And there it goes, it's tapping right into it. See, it's trying to hold it. It's trying to defend those 3200 blocks. See, this was a resistance area, so it's trying to flip that. Yeah, nice bounce off of it. But it's nevertheless, it's risky. At least the levels that I look at, me personally, right? Like I think that would be like something that's going to be short term for you. I don't think the risk reward is there. See, it just took out those 31,195s because most people are seeing that saying, okay, well, we're going to retest resistance and we need to flip it. So now you got to push down into those levels, lower levels. Sheesh. Somebody poked a bear. Poked a bear for sure. Sheesh. Sheesh. Yeah, let's see if we can test that New York open PM open high, or right below it, that 3183 area. See if we can maintain that. What does that look like on 89-minute? Coño. Look at that. 6 minutes. You can probably see one of the most aggressive moves in 6 minutes if this thing just starts pumping. What did we say this was? Perfect world, man. Perfect world would be just coming back and retesting this. Just this 89-minute candle. It doesn't have to be this one in particular. It can be the next candle that comes here in the next 5 minutes. Coming back and retesting this area over here. It might front run it a little bit. You know, there was resistance here. But if it comes and tests this trend line right over here, excuse me, that would be a perfect world. And I just showed it, guys. I just showed what level I'm looking for. Right now, this thing just needs to take a breather, man. Sheesh. How much time I got? 6. Okay. So let's go 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that a shaved? Yeah, so price will definitely be coming back over here. Bears are going to try to defend 3200s. That's a strong move. 13-minute, you got a bearish engulfing. You got signs of weakness over here. Now you got a bearish engulfing that sits here. So I would assume that we're going to come back into these levels, into these areas right over here. We're going to retest this again. I wouldn't get just too happy just yet. 5 minutes left on this candle, and I think there's only a couple minutes left on this. Bro, if this closes over here, and that's a higher time frame, 3189s in those areas, you got yourself a shooting star. It's got 3 minutes for that. So 3 of these bad boys. Take profits where you can. Don't find yourself round tripping. It's gonna test that 32 or something again. There's that 31.95 again. Yeah, rejecting it. It's still, they're fighting. There's a big dog fight here right now. You got to have some big stones if you're long in that. More power to you. I scalped my short. Yeah, that 89-minute closes here in a couple seconds. $31.43. 5 days left in this thing. And you're back over the 3200s. I'm hoping you guys took profits. No, bro, I'm not longing there. Those are not levels that I'm longing. I'd want to see 31.84 down to 31.64. That's my ideal target. I'm just holding on to my current long that I have now, scalping my short, and then I'll look for another entry on the short again. That's an easy like 800, 900 in profit. And I think an 89-minute just began too. Yep. I guarantee that's a shaved bottom too. The way it opened up, that just smells like a shaved bottom. I wasn't. 1 penny off. Yeah, there's probably not enough liquidity there. Keep going, ETH. You're gonna run yourself ragged. This is perfect. This is kind of what I'm looking at, right? Because I guys kind of keep asking. I'm looking for that, and then we continue. We have continuation. That would be my bullish perspective. You know, the other side of that would be something like my bearish perspective would be coming down into this level, then rejecting off of 31.79 or 31.84 inside this area, and then just having a massive leg down to the downside. But for me, this is going to be like a pivotal area. You know, this 610 where I'm looking at it, you know, that's a clean breakout. That is a clean breakout from that symmetrical. You know, and this symmetrical, right? From where it started, where it began, that's where it puts it. But we have no retest on this symmetrical. None. I think somebody, you guys help me out. If you're just kind of showing up in here, I think there's going to be some people inside the chat that are going to show you where it's at. If not, you can actually just rewind and watch from the beginning. A bearish harmonic on BTC. What time frame though? What time frame are you looking at? Yeah, this move here just cleared a bunch of liquidity. A, B, C, and A. Well, that would most likely be an A. I'm good, man. How are you? I'm good. 4 hour on BTC. A, B, C, and then D. Maybe that's what you're looking at. It's small, but don't judge it by the size. Small but mighty. Yeah. That's one way of looking at it. And you got a total pattern that printed there as well too. Yeah, no, I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with, you know, those swing points that you're looking at. That's something that I would look at myself too. I'm with you. I mean, the main catalyst for us right here is going to be USDT. USDT looks like it just wants to completely dump, which is going to set ETH up for a massive push to the upside. Just waiting for a decent entry, yeah. And the longs, just holding on to those longs, and then I think all of the shorts should be treated as scalps for the time being. Because probabilities we come back into this area are, you know, they're greater than 50%. Looking at this 89 minute, what's going on here on this 89 minute? We don't have a sell just yet. ADX is still running relatively strong. Peak levels, it's surpassed certain peak levels from a bullish run. I mean, it's had really big ones over here too. Don't get me wrong. This was back in earlier January this year. And that's where you had that wave up. See how it came down a little bit in ADX, came down, but then it still made a new high. That's what called for this push down like that. Let's go to a higher time frame and let's check out DMI. See, DMI is just getting started. RSI is just getting started. No sell signal yet. Still have strong bullish trend. Are at 60% right now. Ideally, you want to see this around like 100%. Excuse me. If we come down to lower time frames, you're going to see that it's starting to be exhausted. It's printing a sell button, sell signal on a 55 minute. Maybe we manage it from here. Did you print a 9? Well, you printed an 8 for sure, and I can see that, and you printed a 9. So let's see what happens here. If this closes in the next 10 minutes over here, then you have a bearish engulfing. So you have a 73% probability that it's going to reverse. It would coincide well with, you know, you got a couple breaker structures that are sitting over here. Damn, you have several breaker structures. Good golly, Miss Molly. We're gonna look at them like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Again, 6. I haven't completely backtested this. I'm just going off of memory, but usually when we see like 6 breaker structures, we typically see a pause. Whether that's breaker structures to the downside or breaker structures to the upside, you typically see a pause. But if this thing starts to give us a bearish engulfing, right, I want it to eclipse this candle right here. Running red hot when we're looking at heat maps perspective, we got an 8 and a 9 from a TD9 sequential perspective. So we got a couple things that are piling on here to show, okay, well, we have a potential reversal down to the downside. It could be short term, right? So short term could be somewhere inside of these 3155s, 3163 areas that I was mentioning on the 610 coming down into these levels, which are again 3163. So looking at a lower time frame here, we have these levels 3167, testing New York AM high 3156, and this thing has 8 minutes left inside of it. Hey Siri, set a timer for 8 minutes.
8 minutes starting now.
I'm going to take off some of this noise. We don't need it right now. We don't need that right now. But we will pay attention to it here. Sell signal there. Exhausted 100% there. ADX relatively in strong trend levels, which is a 60. I don't know why I have this here. I don't need that. I can get rid of that. RSI now starting to point its nose down, showing inside of an overbought section. I give that like a grain of salt, right? Because RSI can mess a lot of people out. You're like, oh man, we're an overbought. It starts selling, and then it runs back into entry, and like they just don't understand. So you got to give that a little bit of grace, if you will. Really, what's going to be bearish for RSI, if you're ever trying to understand RSIs, you're going to have a certain level, 50, right? 50 is going to be your benchmark. That's what you're looking for. So if your RSI is above your 50, so let's say it starts cascading down to this level, but starts holding this 50 level, that's still considered bullish. So anything that comes down would be considered bullish retest. That's why I'm looking at this saying, okay, well, maybe we'll get a short-term break here and down to those levels I was talking about, 3160s, 3150s inside of these areas down over here. And it can hold this line over here. But if your RSI starts breaking underneath this baseline of 50, if it breaks that baseline, then it starts entering into bearish territory. So anything that's above your baseline of 50 is going to be considered bullish. Even though it is overbought, that's just telling you that it needs to take a small little pause. I am going to point out here that the DMI on a 55, as far as DI negative, is sitting at these flat levels. And if you notice, anytime we get to these flat levels, if you look left, right, it starts to pull back up at some point, especially right over here. So let's look at price action. What did price action look like when it was over here at these levels? All right, and DMI is a lagging indicator, so you're going to see price action occur first. And so this is lagging. One thing you can utilize with that is you can utilize volume if you know how to understand volume dynamics. We started pushing up higher and higher, but volume was cascading down. Okay, that was our highest peak right there. And then we just kept on climbing up higher and higher with cascading volume. So that kind of points towards, okay, these look like they were exiting. Whales were exiting in that area. That's maybe why some of those 3140s they were holding onto their position. But nevertheless, when we get back to these levels where those guys are holding their entry, where they're shorting from this level, I want to see if that level can maintain and see if there's going to be a potential long opportunity for us. It's really contingent on how this candle closes here. In a perfect world, we want to see that it closes, underneath here. Give us a bearish engulfing, and that would give us confirmation that that's going to be a reversal. But if it pulls all the way back up, then it's just not done yet. It's not done yet. And the volume stinks for a bearish volume. Yeah, I bet USDT is losing. It's losing ground. No break of structure on this either. So it's running, literally going to be running both sides. If this gave me a break of structure on that, that would have made sense for the long. I could see that short term and then run it into back into these levels. But we didn't get that. I will say I think building shorts makes more sense here. Building those shorts, you can scalp them out, you run back to entry, you can build maybe a little bit higher, maybe you caught that short a little bit late in the game, you can take that profit and then go back into a stronger short once we revisit those areas. It's really contingent on how this candle closes here in the next 3 minutes, which I don't see us getting a bearish engulfing just the way that it's performing right now. So right now it's still going to be closing relatively bullish. This looks like it's an on the stomach candle, which is a bullish continuation candle. If it closed down here in these areas, we would have had a bearish engulfing, which would have been reversal. So closing here inside of this area is relatively bullish. Bears need a Hail Mary like in the next 3 minutes. They need a Hail Mary just to get back into these levels. And they're not getting it. You got cooldowns. You got people that are long in these areas. That right now it's long every dip. Long every dip. I'm not telling you that. That's what price action is showing us. So don't get that confused. Took liquidity there. Didn't even touch this order block. Front running those sides. Feels like inducement. They want people to chase. Yeah, 3206 again. It's a key level. Got an alarm that goes off in here in that area. That's from the 89 point of view. Right, it's this fib right over here. I don't know why I have that marked as wave 5. That's not. These are subwaves I'm looking at. Yep. There they go. They're not going to get it. 55 minutes is finished. Yeah, that's relatively bullish, guys. I think that order block still is going to be tested here on the next candle, in my opinion. 32.23. I think that level is still going to be a level of a decent level to look at potential shorts, swing shorts. Volume is atrocious though. You got a good push down, but look, they just gobbled all that up. You do have a hammer there, but give us a wick back into these areas. Yeah, see? Inducement, man. Inducement. Yeah, swing short would be fan-freaking-tastic. And to each its own. You can scalp. I genuinely actually don't even need you anymore. Let's see if that 55-minute, what is that going to give us? Just need this to continue to curve down. And this needs to pick up. They're trying to hold their momentum. And I mean, respectfully, I would disagree because volume doesn't match. And volume's a real-time indicator. God bless you, man. Be good. Thank you for being here, man. I appreciate you. I mean, you need to have volume to match the move. If we went higher, right? If price action goes higher, wouldn't volume be higher? Just think about that logically for a second. higher price, more people that are entering into it, so there'd be more volume. You don't have that move. See this candle right here, how it pushed up? That volume made sense because that was our highest high based on this trend going up. So that made sense. That was authentic. But then we made another high right over here while volume is starting to decline. And I need to double check something because that looks like a hammer. I'm here. I'm doing research on candles real quick. I want to make sure I have this accurate before I open my mouth. I'm just doing research on this candle, just as an FYI, guys. So I'm here. I'm just looking some stuff up, looking at probabilities. Mm. So what's the probability of that? Theoretical performance, bearish reversal, bullish continuation 59% of the time. 41% reversal. 86% bear market downtrend. Best average move, 10 days. Okay. So theoretically, that should be a reversal. But tested performance, it acts as a bullish continuation 59% of the time. So we have a 41% chance that this is going to be a reversal. I like those odds. I like those odds. I like those odds with volume. Small bodied, yeah. So hangman right here. Can we get a flush to 31.45? That'd be fantastic. That'd be a good move for everybody. Yeah, there's a good site, the patternsite.com. If you go to the patternsite.com, I mean, it's littered with a bunch of information about candles. It's predominantly geared towards higher time frame setups and mainly geared towards stocks, bonds, things like that nature. But if you understand how the dynamics of crypto works, as far as how aggressive it can work, you can utilize those that information on lower time frames. The pattern site, and site is SITE, the patternsite.com. I don't know if I can post that inside of the chat. I don't know if YouTube's going to let me do that or if it's going to flag it for spam, but and it has tons of ads on it, so just be careful on there, because make sure you don't click on one of the ads, because then you'll go down a different rabbit hole. Test of patience, man. That's really what this is going to boil down to. Test of patience. And you know, bullish continuation can get us right into here. It's sweeping. I want to see this being swept. That'd be ideal. And then a pull right back down. Printing a 7. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I need to get back down to here to change that setup phase. Next setup is in 56 minutes, so it's another 55-minute session. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That would be a little bit easier. It brings us right back to that same level that we were at not too long ago. Why are you rejecting that area? That's interesting. Same level over here. Yeah. Strong resistance over there. Obviously, we had strong resistance because it created this cascade down. We're just retesting that. We got to flip that, honestly. And that wick comes all the way up to here. Yeah, no, you're very welcome. Yeah, it's a good site to study. There's tons of information that's in there. Just remember, it's mainly geared towards like daily time frames and weekly time frames, things like that nature. So when you're utilizing it on lower time frames, you got to take it with a grain of salt. One of the reasons why I like that site is because he gives you the probabilities for them, and he's already done all the legwork in the sense of testing them, things of that nature. Crypto moves a little bit more aggressively. You lose a little bit more manipulation, if you will, inside of crypto. So yeah, market bell close here in the next 10 minutes. So it's going to get real stagnant. It's going to get real stagnant here. It's already started to wind down. They're just trying to hold it. I feel like we got late longs trying to push the price a little bit higher. Yeah, that's a good strategy. There's nothing wrong with that. Yep. All right, what are these big boys doing over here? Let's take a look. These guys are still just holding their 32s, man. They haven't gotten out. These guys still holding their 3197s. And they had opportunities to get out. They held. These are Octobers. Yeah, we got a move happening right now. Just trying to push up again. Keeping my eye here on these levels right over here. Oh, goodness. Can you please just push up already? It's just targeting all these extension levels. No, I already scalped my short. I scalped my short on this move down here. So I'm waiting for this level over here. I think we're going to get 32.23 inside those areas. What's going on? Oh, thanks, bro. Appreciate you. Yes. Yes. That would be the ideal move, moving back down to 3160 to give us a clear retest of that symmetrical. Long performed well today, though. Long did. Yeah, it's gonna just FYI, it's gonna get stagnant here for the next couple hours. So don't let this be an opportunity to be impatient or anything like that. You know, get up, walk around, do stuff like that. You could also get a flag from here too. That's an idea. Let's go ahead. I'm gonna take volume off real quick. Brain fart. There we go. All right. So I really want to measure you from. I want to measure you from here. You know, whatever. If it comes down to this level here. That would be a dip I am definitely interested in longing. Right, like if I just keep seeing this diagonal, right? If I start seeing this, this is essentially kind of what I'm looking at. If we do get that, highly speculative. I still need to have some touches down here. You know, I got 2 touches here so far. I only got 1 touch down here, so I need to see more touches down here. I think I was saying it earlier. Like these areas, I'd start like looking and building my short. Yeah, as long as we keep revisiting this area, like we come to these areas and just scalp it, then you have another opportunity to just go back again. I think I've scalped this like almost like 6 times today, at least on lower time frames. Oh, you're very welcome. I don't know, bro. Let me give them a call. Just depends on how the Asia session opens. That's really what I look for. I look for the 5 minute high, 5 minute low, and then I make my assessment based off of that. But then you're gonna have all three markets kind of lining up with each other. You have London, New York, and Asia all lining up with each other as far as pushing the price higher. Sometimes you get 2 out of the 3, but rarely do you get 3 out of 3 of the markets all lining up with each other. And this, I should also point out here, when you got a vertical run up, typically you can retrace, to 76% of it. That puts us right over here. There's no order blocks that sit over here, but you can see there's a small little supply zone that sits right over here. Actually gets deeper because I'm going to here, but I'm going to utilize this right here because it found support here in this area. So I don't know where they're pulling that support from, but somebody stepped in there. So you could always come down to here to these levels, which lines up with what we've been saying, 3149, 3160s inside that area. You're welcome. Yeah, I mean, I've taken good profits on the long so far. Still holding on to it. I have a small runner running on it, but I've taken decent enough profits on it. That performed roughly around like 42 today. And so if this gets down to 3160, that'll be good too. That's what we need. Bro, if this went to 2900, so yeah, that would be legendary. That would be legendary. I think 31 from like 3160s down to 3145, that's going to be the real decision maker. That's going to tell us, okay, do we have a true breakout for that symmetrical? If we have a true breakout from that for that symmetrical, then yeah, we're going higher. Right now, it's closing above, and we got like 3 hours left, and so we got a new session here. Oh, you get the idea. Hold on. What? Hold on for a second, guys. I just lost connection on my other monitor. Hold on. All right. I don't know why I just did that. I lost my train of thought on that. Sorry. Let me get back to this where I was getting at. Right, so this is closing outside of this. We got a new 610 that just began here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Like that. That's pretty steep for that to change that setup phase. So I think we're gonna float around here in this area. Coming back down to this level, then it'll still be a real test here in this zone. But ideally, to get the fuel for us to move higher, revisiting those areas makes a little bit more sense to me. I mean, there's tons of liquidity that sit down over here. If we start to lose this level, we come back into this zone, like let's say we have a bearish engulfing here, or we get a hammer that sits right over here, followed by a bearish engulfing, then these targets become more probable. But you see where there's liquidity to the upside over here? So just being prepared for sweeps up. Yeah, you can see it here over on CoinGlass. right? We tapped right into that. Taps right into that. The next level above that is going to be 3253, which lines up right over here in these areas. If it's going to push up higher, right? Like if it's going to push here now between Asia, that's the level that it would push to. The next level above that would be 3326. So I would like to, I mean, from a consolidation perspective, I'd say bullish retest, however you want to put it. Some people might call that bear market, but I would like to see ETH reach like 2200. I mean, reach 2200 and then go for all-time high inside the year. That's what I would like to see. You can see it here. This is my setup for my monthly. Right, it's whichever's going to come first, right? So if ETH decides to pump all the way up to like 3800s, then I'd be looking at a heavy short in that area, and then coming back down to these levels. Ideally, I would like for it to kind of start topping out here inside of these zones, inside these levels, then come down to 2200s. And then once we reach those 2200s, going for a wave 3, and I'm targeting somewhere around like 7K. But I don't have that until like these levels can be reached, just utilizing fib zones. July, that's if Q1 continues to give us more push down to the downside. And I could reach all the way down to like 1900 to 1943. So I want to see 2200 to 1900 inside of the year. And then once that occurs, then it should be up only from that point going forward. If we're in a true bear market, like a true bear market, and we're going to reach like ridiculous lows, I'd be targeting somewhere like 700. Doubt that it sweeps 3228. I don't know. Bring out the army of bears. No, I'm not going to put the bears yet. I want to get ahead of ourselves. Now, obviously, when Asia comes along, I'll be here for that time period. I'll be in there for like, 10, 15 minutes into Asia, just kind of guiding as we go through that. Then I'll be hopping off at that time. I'll still be managing my positions, through the course of the night, all the way through London. I have my alarms. I'll have my stop losses already set, things of that nature. If we see anything that's, that remotely feeds into what we've been discussing today, like for example, if we reach that 3149 level inside of Asia or during London, for those that are inside of Discord, you'll see me start posting that inside of our inside of my corner. You'll know exactly what I'm referring to because you guys are here live. You've been watching it all day for the last, 6 hours or so. You opened a short there. Yeah, volume is going to be a good viewpoint to be looking at what volume's doing. And there's a strong volume there, but it was gobbled up. So I would be under the assumption that we're going to have like late longs trying to enter into the market here. Maybe they get a little push up to the upside, and then we get a strong retracement down. 3250 was another area. Yeah, right over here, 3250. It's a 2.618 level for an extension. So I'm going to move you right there. Just be prepared for that. You can scalp your positions. That's mainly what we've been doing on shorts all day long. Haven't really added to the shorts. I mean, to the longs. Some of us did have add to the longs at around 31, 36. I believe it was like this level. There were some guys in here that actually added to their long. That's too low. What are you doing, Saint? Right around here. They added to their long. I didn't add to my long. You got people still long in this area. Bulls are after bears. I'm telling you, they're after them hard. Do I sleep? What is that? What is this foreign language you're using with me? Yeah, I sleep. I sleep like a deer. I sleep like in 4-hour increments or 6-hour increments. I'm just wired that way though. My rest days are typically, Saturdays and Sundays. So I go pretty hard Monday through Fridays. I start scaling out, around Thursdays and Fridays. I start scaling out. You're looking at you're looking at two indicators right now, and I usually I have a couple here. I have 17 on deck that are here, and then I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 more here. So 21 on deck. The ones that I predominantly use, are going to be liquidity, so dynamics, smart money concepts, and order blocks. That's mainly what you see. Volume, I keep on every now and then, but I just have it on deck. Some of these are not necessarily indicators per se. These are going to be for risk management, so you can gauge what your risk reward is going to be. Some of these are duplicates, if you will. This is just going to show me death cross and golden cross, and then this is just a regular triple EMA, LA waves, fib zones, order blocks, fair value gaps and shaved heads, shaved bottoms. This is to detect harmonics. This is for smart money concepts. This is not necessarily an indicator, but this is just going to be a checklist that reads all of my other indicators. So if I don't have my other indicators open, I can just open that up. And then this is just going to be showing me additional liquidity. So some of them overlap each other, but it's a method to my own madness. I'm hoping that answers. All right, look at candles for exit, candle analysis. Because the Discord stream is specific for ScalpX members. Correct. These are the ones that I've written. Not necessarily. I predominantly utilize TD9 sequential, LA waves, and harmonics. It's the main catalyst. That's the foundation. If you're in Scalp X, you see them inside my corner. Not much has changed. If you're in ScalpX, it's not private. You should have access to the stream, to the voice channel. If you're not part of ScalpX, then you need a link to join. Yeah, I try to limit noise for myself too. I can turn this? I'll bet. Oh, that works. I don't know. You guys ask some good questions, but you guys also ask questions like I got a magic ball here. Holy cow. All right, just utilize fib zones, man. So 7 o'clock. Yeah, so this is a pretty big window. So you're going to see a lot going on over here in between here. This is going to last all the way until tomorrow, until 5 p.m., until market close tomorrow. So, you know, if you're expecting just it to plummet down, no, I mean, this is something that you're just going to build your short and then you're going to maintain your short until you start to see weakness on the bottom. Right now, we've had nothing but a surge up. It makes more sense to have a correction. Remember, guys, we just work with probabilities here. You know, just working with probabilities. I think I've given like 6 or 7 short setups for the day in the sense of scalps. 2 of mine have been hit stop loss and the rest have been profitable. If you haven't been profitable in today's stream, then to be, you know, respectfully saying you're just not paying attention. You know, if that's the case, just, you know, send me your login and password and I'll just trade for you. That's a joke. Yeah, we're just going to be, like I said, it's going to be boring here for the next 2 hours or so. Market close. So anybody that's long from the 3060, 3070, 3090 area, you know, the levels that we were looking at yesterday and all of last week, you know, these are going to be the opportunities where you can start building some hedge shorts. Just maintain your long. Obviously, take some profits on it, so that way the move is profitable in itself. But that's where you start building your head short. Use your head short. Look for scalps. Potentially, you're going to be revisiting that area again. Maybe even go a little bit higher. Then you just rebuild it again. Rebuild it again. Can you show on screen when exactly you enter your position? I mean, I literally say it. Here, I'll do this just for you. Does that help? You just gotta hang out, man. You gotta just watch. That's all. And you gotta have some of your own charts, to see if it matches up. There are some people in here who they disagree. They're like, yeah, we're gonna go higher, or no, we're gonna go lower. But if you're just trading, if you're just in the streams, just looking for, entries, TPs, and stop losses, yeah, you may get a couple of them, but at the end of the day, you're really not going to be a profitable trader in the end. Because what happens if I'm not trading? Then you're going to go and find someone else who may have a different setup, a different idea, or a different strategy. And maybe it's confusing to you in that sense, or maybe you're thinking of my strategy and try to correlate with theirs. So the point being is try to take from these streams things that you understand, that you can process, that make sense to you, apply them to your own chart, and then figure out, okay, this makes sense to me. I'm going to enter here, or I'm going to exit here, or I'm going to TP here. And then, a couple of you guys, call out certain levels, call out some shaved bottoms, some shaved heads. You're calling out some TD9 sequentials that you're looking at on different timeframes that I'm not looking at on screen right now, which are terrific. They're very resourceful. It's like, oh, cool, good catch. I'll go and look at a different time frame, and I can see those things. So that way, we can trade together. We can enter the market together in the sense of a team. I mean, that's how I operate. Anybody that's been vibing with me for a while, you guys know that's my style. I like to guide in that sense where we can do this together. And if you have questions or things that you may disagree upon or anything like that, yeah, we can go over that. Mm, 3260. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible. I mean, definitely possible. Yeah, see, there's a liquidity pool that sits right over here. So wouldn't be shocked for that at all. Still have my long to be running on that. I've already scalped out my short a couple times. I would look to reshort that. And if you look on CoinGlass, there's a liquidity pocket that sits right in that area, 3260s, 3253 actually. If you're following me for hours, yeah, you should have a pretty good idea. If you've been sitting in here, I mean, look, nobody's paying me to do this, right? So if I'm going to put in the time, I would only sincerely and respectfully hope that you're going to put in the same time too. You don't have to sit here all day like I do, but at least if you're going to pop into here, sit and process for a little bit and see what's going on instead of just, I'm not sitting here waiting for you to log on to YouTube and be like, hey, I'm glad you're here. Here's where we're entering. Here's where we're shorting. Like, Corinthians 1, verse 14, chapter 14, verse 40. Let all things be done decently and in order. Decency is going to be the most important part here. And if you're not here for the stream, everything's already posted inside my corner on Discord. So all you have to do is literally just go into my corner. I posted on my short setup that I was calling for, a week and a half ago? Maybe a week ago? We tapped into some of those targets. So that was still the plan. Are we above some of those levels? Yeah, we are. Now, this is where it's a benefit that you're inside of a stream. You can see like, okay, we're a little bit above. What's the next potential level that we can go to? I'm glad that you asked. This big old fat order block that sits right over here. Didn't want to bring up things too much about the shaved heads and USDT and other. I have no idea. I don't know what you mean, Jeff. No, I don't. I mainly focus on USDT and ETH when I'm trading ETH. And I mainly only trade ETH. What is this? Oh, I still have take a pen. The way to sign. Double top? Maybe? Possible? Double top. So my flag idea is not going to work. Because oops, didn't mean to do that. Need to get rid of you. I went slightly above it. Slightly above it. Still looking for that 3220. That's fine. Feel free. Feel free to ask questions while I'm teaching. It's okay. As long as the questions are geared around like setups and things like that, not just what's your entry, what's your stop loss, things like that. I'm not afraid to start building a little bit here in this area. Small little positions, small positions. Nothing crazy. There it is. Entered on that. Average 32.31. Average is 32.31. $43 looks like it's coming up next. And I'll look for ads at 43. Adding there. And 42. So I just averaged up. That's all I did. Sing on, my Savior. Yeesh. Good golly, Miss Molly. No slowdown on you. Still in it. Are you going to go for 33? Yes, you are. No go. I'm out. Jeez. That thing is smoking. Jeez. Mega push. Yeah, long performed. Long was good. I'm good on the long. What did 610 go to? Yeah, it cleared all that. 89 minute. Mega push. Just cleared this imbalance that we had over here. That's kind of what we were anticipating. Not now, but we knew we were going to come back to this level at some point. I just expected to come down lower first. All good. It's literally cleared a whole bunch of liquidity. The higher it goes, the deeper it goes. Yeah, BTC 97 should be the next level. Excuse me. I'm at 33.48. Right over here. Higher it goes, deeper it goes. And no retest. And look, went to that full measured move on the symmetrical. Took a hit on that one. It took a roughly around a 1200 hit on that. But my long makes up for it. My long is sitting at another 2200 in profits with 4200 that's already been taken out. Let's see if volume matches. Not really. Took that for fuel. All right. We're done with you. Big L's. It happens. It happens. You just got to recover, guys. You got to recover. Yeah. What is BT? What did USD2 do? USDT dropped like a rock, I bet. What were we looking at? Let's go to 610. Yep. Yep. Dropped like a rock. 100% on building shorts in this area. 100%. I already reshorted it at 33.48. You know, it took a 1200 loss on the shorts, trying to catch it at the 32.20s. But I'm now already up in profit on the short 480. $33.28. Yeah. Now I'm looking for ads to the short at this point. That's way too aggressive. That's way too aggressive. The higher it goes, the deeper it goes. So realistically, like no BS, I'd be targeting these levels. Like this doesn't make any sense. It kind of does. It kind of does. We'll probably see some activity going on over here, but I'm definitely going to be targeting underneath 3K. Those areas that I was talking about earlier, as far as adding back to potential longs, I'm not going to do any of that. That would have happened if we would have came over here. That would have made a lot more sense for me. So like maybe even adding back to this level, I'm not open to that anymore. So much for boring after bell close. So much for boring. $33.04. I mean, you still got these levels, man. These levels can still be touched, and you still have an order block that sits above here. So I wouldn't be surprised if we go to 34. Same mentality, just constantly scalping out these positions. So that's a quick recovery for myself. Yeah, never say never. You got to look at it from a monthly perspective. $6.10 just printed a 9. That's on a weekly. 6.10, excuse me. Quite literally just tapped into that 0.382 area. Index went to 34. For real? Oh no, I'm 33.44. So I went to a 0.382 level. Right, so looking at ABCs. Let's see if it respects that trend line right there. I mean that fib level. Yeah, hopefully wave C's done. No sleep for you. The market says come back. Yeah, all those guys that were all those longs, excuse me, those shorts from like 3140s, all those guys just pretty much just got pushed out. Let's hope for wave C to be done here. Like I said, the higher this goes, the deeper this level is going to go. Look at that too. Thank goodness for the scalps. Those scalps helped a lot. Look at that ADX. That ADX is stretching for 80. I think it's a time to build. In my opinion, I think it's a time to build. I think swing shorts are going to start coming from these levels. Reverse October 10th, possibly. Possibly. Let's go to a 610 real quick. Sheesh. It's a parabolic move right there. No way. Are you shaved? Bro, look at that. That's a shaved bottom. Not a genuine move at all. Volume matches, but there's going to be a magnet here. We'll probably come back and revisit this area. More interested in building some shorts around these upper levels that we were just looking at just now. No. Go ahead, though. I mean, we're tapping some good levels here. 33.44, good level. That would just be absolutely painstaking if this reverses all the way down. People are going to jump. I'm just mad I didn't go even heavier. I mean, my position is roughly around 46K. I want to build it up a little bit higher. Super intrigued to see what Asia is going to do. Look at that. Ah, that's awesome. Off on my dates here. But yeah, we got all the way up to here too, guys. Just as an FYI. Then that would tell me that this was wave 4 completed. So you still have these areas. So again, just continue to scalp. Continue to scalp. I'm building with the intent of looking for swings, but if I get pushed out of these areas, then I'm looking for these levels. I'm going to start building swing shorts inside these zones. The long is still printing, still holding the long. So if we go higher, I'm fine either way. Yeah. Dang, bro. 144. Yep. And maybe he wants to come in, give a little kiss on that order block right over there. 33.90. That's a strong 9. There's so much more liquidity. Let's go look at CoinGlass real quick. Yep. Next level is going to be right over here. If it just wants to go gangbusters, it's like all the way through here. What is that? 36 and some change? Which I have on a, I'll show you my chart here in a second, but I have 36, 32 for a wave 5. But just took out that liquidity. Gosh. Bro, are these guys still holding? These guys just opened 4 hours ago. Yeah, majority of them closed. You see all the new positions. Majority of them got liquidated. So you have new ones entering. 33.20, 32.20, 32.73. Yeah, none of you guys are going to be, none of those 3100s are still in it. Wait, this guy's still in it? 3106? Sheesh. And you're still holding? You opened that a day ago. You're still holding that. Wow. Brave man, brave man, brave man. Wow. 2095 is still holding that. Yeah, those 3140s are still in there. These are all from a couple days ago. The ones that just recently opened here a couple minutes ago. One guy just opened at 3320. He's just on ETH. Somebody opened a long at 3315. I hit the wrong button. Sorry about that. Actually, let's go back to the people that we're monitoring. What's this guy doing? This is our bot trader. $33.18. So he exited and re-entered. Where's my patient guy? How are you in the red, bro? Oh, you exited and re-entered. That's tough. This guy was just holding one position. Did he open any more? So a lot of them just reopened. A lot of them opened at 3300s. All right, let's see what we got here. Oh, we did tap into that order block. Would be absolutely comical if this thing just completely cascaded down. Not necessarily be invalid, right? You'd have to set up a new pattern because I have swing points from down here as well too. If you just look at the pivots, right? I have several different pivots that I can utilize. I'm going to look at the lower ones. So if it decides to go higher, right, then I'll give you an example. I can still adjust wave C and still be inside of valid areas. But again, the higher this goes up, the deeper that this is going to come down to, the deeper this goes. So it's just a matter of us kind of pinpointing where wave C is at. We're looking for a pivot point for wave C. What did BTC go? Did BTC go to 97? 96 and some change. My daily count that I had. Yeah, it still has this area over here that it can tap into. It didn't even tap into that yet. That's like 98, really. 97.989. So let's just round up to say 98. Remember, I was telling you about that RSI, which is even though you're inside of overbought, that thing can still push. DI negative is running relatively flat. So we want to see a loss of strength. Yeah, we just want to see a loss of strength. All right, after you have an up thrust like this, you want to see distribution. So that's going to be like sideways movement. And then you want to see a breakout. This area is going to be an important area to hold for bulls. Defend this zone. What is that? 3212, 3208 inside that area. Yeah, I took a small hit myself, but I've already recovered it. Possibly. 3307 previous week. Yeah, possible. Bro, but we've collected a vast majority of all that liquidity up there. I mean, the next target is literally going to be here if it just decides to say, yeah, F your mother, we're going to go over here. That's weekly, though. I'm happy with these levels being tapped into. Go down a little bit lower. Let's go to a 2-day. Yeah, see 26. These are thin layers right here. Big fat blocks that sit right down here. ETH just smoked a whole bunch of people. All those whales that we were looking at earlier today, they all just got smoked. Like 2 hours. An hour and a half. Sorry. You're right. An hour and a half. It's a dynamic tool. It's a liquidity dynamic tool. So it's taken this area, clean the clock on that. Let's look for some resistance zones. Let's start hunting for that. There's a pretty thick zone right over here. And you got another one that sits right over here. What is that? 3420? Yeah, there's another one that sits there. Don't be afraid of the scalp. Don't be greedy. We can get back into this area. That'd be good. And I'm going to adjust this as this starts to play out. I'll start adjusting that. Can I see it on a 1 minute? Yeah, I can see it on a 1 minute. So I can actually get a little bit more detailed with it, if you will, doing something like this. This top to here. Move that over. Bring this to here. Because I want this to kind of match that. So I'm just going to do this right here. And then this box, I'll just eliminate it. That's what you're looking for. You want to see price actions just start rejecting inside that area. Yeah, defending now it's the same story again. They're defending 3300s like they were defending 3200s. What is this? 87%? Is that 33.37? All right. I got small little pockets here. I got a thicker pocket here. So I'm going to look for potential adds to mine. My average is a little bit higher than that. My average sits right in this level in this area. If it doesn't give, it's fine. I'm not gonna chase an ad. And where was that 1 minute? Did it just attack it? Yeah, it did. It was sitting right over here. There's another liquidity pocket that sits right there. I had a small little ad there. Average is right around 33.41. My bad. Whoops. You caught me. Maybe Asia can get us down to here, and we'll see. We'll assess when we get to these levels. I don't need this anymore. I don't need this anymore. Look at that. On a top, a scallop at a top. That's whew. Printing an 8 on an 89 minute. Ugh. Still got a 9 here though. How much time left? We've got an hour left in that bad boy. 55. Gave me an 8 and a 9. Decided to give me the Haktua on that move up. People talking about a CME gap on BTC. Yeah, it took this subwave right there. 90 and some change. So I'm on one at 88. That'd be nasty work if it just decides to come crashing all the way back down. Yeah, just say a prayer for you on that 33.28. You better pray and hope that Asia doesn't match the same sentiment that they want to continue to push. And if that's the case, then yeah, this thing's going to go gangbusters. I would expect ETH to probably be somewhere around like 3605, maybe even 3886. Those are the levels that I can go to, and these are still bearish retests. I have another setup over here on a daily, on index. Right. Considering that if this was wave 4, because wave 5 never actually finished. So that's just a different idea that I have on daily. It's just another setup that I'm looking at. This is a wave 4. Now, if wave 4 wasn't done, then wave 4 has potential to come to these levels. 36.89 and some change. So you just got to be very, very cautious. If this is something that's not towards your appetite, then just wait. Close out and then just wait. Yeah, just scalping. Yep. Yep, just scalping. My long is printed. My long is good. I've taken profits on it on several levels, a little bit lower, but I left some runners in there. But I've taken good profits on it though so far. You don't have them anymore. This could be the run for ETH. I'd be very happy to see sub 3200 back into this level, 3168. I'd like to see that and then make a decision based off of that. But considering how high this wave C went up, that literally opens the doors for these. 53 minutes left on this candle. 5 minutes left. Probably see another push. I'm just curious. Way outside of that. Way outside of that. Way, way, way outside of that. I'm not a Bollinger trader. It's just something I wanted to peek at. Wait, I'd set a limit inside of this box. Look at these levels right here. We're rejecting here, but we did push into this level over here, so it did get violated and then retrace back into this level. So I would look at these levels here, maybe even potentially 3410. We got an hour before market close. Yeah, difficult to hard to time the top here. Don't disagree with that at all. And let's just look at USDT real quick. Sheesh. Tapped right into that 0.382 level. Looks like it wants more of it. Yep, ETH is going to push. Got real close to that 0.382. Literally skimming it. I think it's going to come back for that level at some point. One, two, three, four. That changes the setup phase if it went there. Sheesh. I mean, we could be pumping prior to the market news, that Clarity Act. Later, bro. Be good, man. See you tomorrow. Yeah, we just gotta wait. Only time can tell. Only time can tell. I feel like some of those whales are revenge trading. Yeah, I mean, we got a bullish impulse. What, after market close? Yeah. The new 55 that just started. Probably come tap into this level. We'll probably end up bouncing around inside this area. Where are you? I think PA is going to bounce inside here. Which, if that's the case, then we're going to enter into a distribution phase. Meh. What does that bring me to? What is this? 3306. I'm going to take some profits on that. If we reach that level, if we can reach that level first, I'm going to take some profits on that. Hmm. That ADX is laying flat here on the 1 minute. You got divergence. Might be squeezing for another push up. Just scalp it. Just scalp it. You got divergence as well here at the top with the overextended. That's 55-minute. Insanely overbought. Bro. That's like one of the highest levels it's been in a very long. RSI hasn't even reached that level in a very, very, very long time. I can't even see the last time. Last time we were in those levels. Right, that's close enough. That's money flow. Back over here. Where was price at there in that time? And then it went sideways. Last time it peaked here again. And then it had a small little dump. That was the dump that we had to like 2000 and some change. It's been a long time since we've been in those levels. A good couple months. That's what I'm getting at. Yeah, see, this is what I was saying. Just scalp. Just scalp. Don't overcommit to it. In, out, in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out. Yeah, 40 minutes left on this candle as well too. Look at that. Sheesh. It's probably going to try to target this. Wow, and I got a 9 that's printing lower on these lower time frames. Not a good look. Yeah, that opens the door for 3,400. I'm glad I scalped that. I'm so happy I scalped that. Don't freak out. You see 3,400. USDT really needs to maintain this level. It does have room to come down lower. There's a 0.32 fib. I believe you can see it here on a daily. Right over here. 5.762. So we'll look at that here. What does that look like? 5.762. That's right over here. So let's mark that off. No, not yet, man. I think people are still trying to push the price a little bit higher. So all shorts that I've taken thus so far, I had a couple shorts at like 32.23, 32.30. Those clearly got pushed out. Took an L on that one. Then I reshorted here around 33.48. I exited on this move down to here, scalped it. Had another move that was right over here, scalped it on this move right here, and now just kind of waiting. Yeah, nice wild ride. Yep. I don't know how many. I don't know if you guys had any longs today though. Nobody had any longs or nobody held overnight. I'm just getting the sense that majority of people were short. Congratulations. Nice, nice, nice. Dang, that's tough. That's tough. That's tough. Yeah, 1 minute. Not even focused on the TD9s here on the 1 minutes, mainly just looking at the wicks and the volume levels that it's tapping into. So once I see that we approach those levels and we start bouncing off of those areas, then I just start exiting my short. What would be your strategy here? Wait for higher push up levels and start building shorts. In the meantime, scalp it until it starts to show you that it gives you acceptance. Shorts haven't been accepted at all. That's why they've been taken. You can still scalp them, but you can't hold on to them for like longer than like maybe an hour at most. That's what's up. Yeah, keep paper trading. People give so much shade to people that shade. I said the word shade to paper trading. And even though there's different emotions, when you're actually using real money versus paper money, the point is just to kind of build a strategy around it. So, tip my hat to you on that one. That's good. Woo, look at that. 33.70 open a short. Hats off to you, bro. Nice pull. Yeah, I'm still holding my ETH long position. Yes, I've taken profits off of it, but I'm still holding it. Come get me. Come get me, market man. Come get me. You see these little tiny moves like that? Like I just scalp it, man. If I get a flush down here in this level, then fantastic. But just scalping it. Impulse on USDT coming. Filled this 4 hour imbalance. That got filled. Don't like that candle. Okay, so the same thing when you're looking for longs, right? Like it should go to a specific area and reject. So like this was ultimately a good candle, right? Like this is kind of what you want to see, but we're not seeing the same rejection coming lower and lower and lower. Like we're just maintaining these areas over here. So that prompts the reasons why you should be scalping inside those areas. Now, if you had a push back into this area and then we reject it again here in this area, then we look for signs of weakness. Then we'll float down to like a lower time frame to see what that looks like. The move will happen first on the lower time frames. The higher time frames are going to give you the better data. So 610 is one of those areas that I'm looking at. And this thing has 40 more minutes left, before Asia kicks in. I see this wick getting filled all the way up to here, 3380. I 2900. Yeah, I want that too, but let's see. Stuck on a short. You got to be able to scalp it out in and out. 2900. I want 2900 first time on the Asian market. Should be very volatile. Yeah, we should see to see if Asia wants to line up with London and New York, because London pumped, New York pumped, and now it's up to Asia. If Asia's going to dump or if Asia's going to continue the pump. I think they might continue it. You may get a push down into these levels, and then it just pulls right back up. There's a whale out there who's still long from that October 10th crash. I'm just seeing this on Twitter now. His average price is 31.47. That same guy at 31.47. It's that same wallet. That guy that's long from 31.47. Gotta find his name or find him. Dude has 814 million in his portfolio, and he's up. This guy's up 16 million on his longs positions. Sheesh. Oh boy, Killer's got big stones here, bro. He's shorted 93. And his liquidation's 105. Gosh, I hope they don't target him. And say a prayer for him on that one. Look, bro, I need everybody to pay attention here, please. Write this down, record your screen, grab a pen, grab a pen, grab a pen. This level right over here is a wave 5. So if we push above here, there's that level. That's what we're looking at. That's it. Asia starts here in the next 40 minutes. Well, let's see what Asia does. I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty sure his VIP level is pretty high, so I mean, he gets a pretty good discount. But don't underestimate that guy. That guy's really good at what he does. So I definitely would pay attention when he's speaking in that sense. But he's standing on his hill right now, letting everybody know is like we're going lower. So let's see. Yeah, he has limits all the way up to about 97, which that lines up with what I was saying for BTC on a daily. Up to these levels, 97,989. What is that? 939, excuse me. So just round up 98. He's got limits that set all the way up to there. I'm gonna grab the bite to eat real quick. I'm still gonna be here. Just give me a second. All right. What do you got going on here? A little bit of a push down. That's the only thing going to save us. If that thing decides to have a scallop. Let's reassess when we get into this level. 33, 13 inside this area. Jeez, a bunch of people just tried to long that. You want to get up before Asia? I hope he doesn't do that, bro. Yeah, we'll measure out Asia together. We'll take a look at that together, guys. So I'll be here through that with you guys. But I think we what did I get on here, like what, 8:30 or something like that? So we're gonna do about 10, 11 hours today, stream wise. By the way, Sage, if you know why is Bubble Boy so cocky and demanding to other people? Yeah, it could just be a culture thing, man. You know, some people are just not used to that tonality. Just don't take it personal. Yeah, just ignore it. That's all, man. It's one thing that I learned, right? Like everybody has a movie about you in their mind, right? So even with when it's bad, like if someone calls you a moron, like, do you really feel like you're not intelligent enough? Do you know remedial math? Do you know how to read? So I mean, you have some intelligence. So you know, if someone calls you a moron or they call you names or what have you, you know that's their opinion of you. You just gotta let those things just kind of fall to the wayside, and that also works even on compliments, right? Someone's like, "Oh, you're the best. You're the greatest." You know, whatever it may be. You know, that's their perception of you. You just can't take those things personally. You just gotta let them fall by the wayside. And then, you know, maybe tonality is it's difficult to display real emotion when you're texting or when you're on a keyboard or when you're writing. You know, it may be a little bit different when you have interaction like this. You can hear my tone. You know, there's some points when people pop in here and they just ask me the same question that I've been talking about for the last 11 hours. So, you know, there are some annoyance that come with that. But tonality is everything when it comes to delivery. So I can't answer for them, but what I can say is this, you know, just don't take that personally. Yeah, no, I've been around since ScalpX opened. So I mean, I know what you're referring to, but I just don't take that personal. That's all. Just let us slide right off. These people don't pay my bills. That's the way I look at it. You pay my bills, we can have a different conversation. But you're not the person I'm laying down with. You're not the person paying my bill, so I just keep it moving. Yeah, he's a good trader. I mean, I think he's got a ridiculous long for BTC from like 15K or something like that, or to 30K or something ridiculous like that. I hear you. I hear you. Just well, don't let hate fester in your heart, brother. Just give people grace. That's all. Just give people grace. It could be a test of your character too. I'm not saying that you're in the wrong. I'm just saying that that could just be a test. You're gonna come across people like that. Yeah, that's true. I'm just cut a little bit different. That's all. I haven't always been this way, so I'll be perfectly honest. I haven't always been this way. I've been short fused. I just made some adjustments, made some changes. Looking at my kids and going, how would I want someone talking to them that way, or how would I want them talking to someone that way? I'd probably correct it, whether someone's speaking to them that way or them speaking to another person that way. So, we lead by example. And the word says never to argue with fools. So, if you find someone to be foolish in that regard, and they're not gentle or anything like that, just don't even argue. Just let it go. I think in his VC, he just wants people on the mic to actually speak, to actually talk. He doesn't want people just sitting in there just watching. I think he's looking for engagement. So it's it's a little rough around the edges in the sense of saying, "Hey, I want us to hang out together. I actually want us to have a conversation." It's not easy, right? Like I'm reading chat here. You guys are engaging with me, which I love, by the way. But it's different when you're actually having a conversation with another individual. So I think that's just maybe something that he's looking for, just to engage with people. So people that don't have mics, they kind of get blasted. Just like, oh, cool. I can't talk to this guy unless I have a mic. All right, cool. Well, I know not to go there anymore because I don't have a mic, or I don't feel like talking. Let's find a bear. I mean, let's see if we can get a little. Let's get. This is one of our old bears. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see if he can save the day. I would literally start drawing obscene pictures on here, but I'm not going to. You can actually figure it out on your own. You're welcome. Yeah, see, that's what's up. Yeah, it's just about delivery. It could just be a culture thing. I've had that with a couple of the guys before. Like, speaking to me in a certain tone, I'm like, "Yo, what is your deal, bro?" Like, not that my size is intimidating, but like, I mean, I'm relatively a big guy. Like, not many people will speak to me in a certain tone, and so sometimes I would come across them like, "What?" And I got a lot of that when I very first linked up with these guys in ScalpX. Just different cultural things, but you get used to it, or you don't. Hey, let's see if it does. I named him like 2 years ago. I forgot his name. And if Keaton was here, Keaton would know. Oh man, what was his name? I forgot what we named him. We could rename him. We got to rename our bear. We got to rename our bear. We're not going to name him Take a Pen. No. No. Yeah, just let it go. That's the best thing. It's not, and I don't mean to say that to sound dismissive of what you're saying. I completely understand. I appreciate you venting open here. That's cool with me. But you know, if I hear you correctly, you know, there's not much that you can do to change it. And the best alternative for solution wise, to be honest, it may sound easier than said than done, but just genuinely, just let it go. Like, does this person pay my bills? No, they don't. So I'll be at there. Wait, what about Ryan? Ryan's a cool dude, bro. Ryan's a sweetheart, man. Oh, you're sorry, my bad. I read that wrong. Yes, Minga was a student of mine. Ryan was also a student of mine. Yep. I trained those guys for probably about a good year and some change. I've had about 40 plus students. Yes, I did. Yes. Me and Killa both did. And now he's doing his own thing. Minga, same thing. But Minga's a young guy. I mean, he's got the whole future ahead of him. So he's probably going to smoke all of us by the time he hits my age. Really proud of that guy. Really proud of that guy. I appreciate that. Yep, appreciate that. Yeah, there's a couple people that you see inside a war room that I've mentored. Sniper's one of them. Scissors is another one. Minga is another one. Ryan is another one. Got some people that I've actually mentored who just don't follow. I'm not mentioning any names, but if you're in Discord, you know who they are. And I still do private teachings. You know, if people are interested in that, I run like a 3-month program with them. I work with them side by side, one-on-ones. And so we do like private sessions throughout the course of the week. We sit together for about for about an hour, and then they have video courses and I provide them with homework. And it's really just to build them up. And so during that 90 days, I'm literally holding your hand. You said it, not me. Same brother. Just shoot me a DM on Discord. I'll walk you through it. If it's something that you're interested in. You've been all day. Make sure I did eat. You sound like my lady. Yeah, I did eat. I've been snacking here and there. When I'm silent, it's just been Yeah, just shoot me a DM on Discord, and then I'll walk you guys through what that looks like. It's really designed around both of our schedules. You know, I got some people all over the world, really. So their schedule is sometimes like 3:00 in the morning for me. And so we find like a designated time and day that we can both meet, and then we'll sit together for that hour. And then at the end of that session, then I'll provide you with homework. So you get like a video course. There's like 13 different videos, really walking you from, you know, beginner's level all the way to advanced. And it really peels back all of my strategies from harmonics to L8 waves, TD9 sequentials, fib zones, fib retracement levels. There's psychology in there as well too, identifying, you know, how greed can impact you, things of that nature. So like I said, all you got to do is just shoot me a DM and I can walk you through it. Yeah, homework is key. Like, I don't take on students that are just like, all right, cool. Like, what's my entry? What's my stop loss? Like, I won't, I'm very picky with who I work with because the objective is to make you guys profitable. And so most people that do invest into the courses with me, they've already recovered their investment within like 2 to 3 weeks. That's my personal goal, is to make sure that the investment is worth it. So once you get to that milestone, then I kind of pull back a little bit, right? I'm still there, but I'm watching you to make sure that you are doing make sense entries. And one of the biggest things that I focus on is just to show you how to guard your capital. not just blindly entering into a position just because you're like, oh, it's going up, I'm going to enter here. It's like, well, why? Like, let's look at those levels. Let's make sure those make sense. And then I have some students, not necessarily students, but I have some people that follow that have access to my indicators. They have like lifetime access, things like that. So there's all the different types of opportunities. People that are just interested in those, they want mentorship. Maybe they don't want mentorship. They're like, I kind of got it on my own, but I do want to use the same tools that you use because I like the tools that you use. So there's availability for that as well too. You just got to shoot me a DM on it and I can walk you through it. There's like 17 different indicators. Yeah, it kind of helped. I want to see what happens here at this liquidity pocket. We started building some shorts, in these levels. And so what am I targeting? I'm targeting 0. No, I think best case scenario going into Asia, I want to see this target. I want to see what occurs here. If we get more acceptance to go lower, then I'm looking at this level right over here, 3160s. And then if it continues to, push down lower, then ultimately 610 was a false breakout. And then we're going to go much, much lower. It's just going to take both sides. It took all the shorts and now it's going to start targeting all the longs. So if I lose like 3157 inside of those areas, those levels, then I'm looking for much lower. It would be a very, very sad day for bulls if we erase all of January's longs thus so far. Like if we get down to like 3,000, 2987, something like that. Yeah. You're going to see some upset people. This is really you against you and being, yeah, 100%. That's what trading is. It's you versus you. 100%. Sometimes we just need a little guidance. I certainly didn't get that when I got into trading. I had a mentor when I got into the mortgage industry. I've been reading charts for 20 plus years. So I had a mentor, and we weren't really looking at crypto. I mean, crypto really wasn't a thing for me during those time frames. So I had a mentor that would help me read charts, and then I would follow people like Barry Habib. Barry Habib would have a program, mbshighway.com. He would have a broadcast every week, kind of alluding to where the market's going at. And the guy's pretty smart. He's tagged the market a couple times. So I follow a lot of that. I had some mentorship with that. But as far as like how crypto works, using strategies, things like that, just self-taught. So I think mentorship helps a lot, especially if people are trying to get off the ground, and especially if crypto is going to be somewhat of a future wave, for like a better terminology. Yeah, the bank dog. Oh boy. Well, just wait, bro. Asia's about to open here soon, so don't just go in blindly. If I'm not on stream or anything like that, and you're concerned as far as where it's going to go, you got those 3400s that we can still tap into. Yeah, just shoot me a DM and I'll walk you through as far as how to get a set up with that. It is an investment, so just letting guys know, like it's nothing that's free in that sense. You're looking for free classes, then be part of the Thursday class that we have, and I just go over random different topics. But if someone is looking for side-by-side mentorship, it's structured, and I walk you from the top all the way through the bottom, and then we work together weekly. Yeah, it's possible. 33 is definitely possible. It just depends on how Asia is going to decide to open. I mean, look at all this blank space that we have, right? Look at all this. So, I mean, we have just an imbalance just based on structure itself. You get, what, 15 minutes left? So let's see. I've just been treating everything like scalps, guys. I'm not doing anything special here. My loss has already been recovered because I've literally shorted this a couple times already on scalps. So the loss that I had at 32.20 up to 33.31, I lost like 1,200. I've already recovered that. It's true. It's real. That's not good. You got a 9 that printed lower than that. So yeah, to answer your question, yeah. 33.90, 99, right at that 3,400 benchmark. I could see us pushing into that level. I could see Asia doing that. So I don't write anything off in that sense. I want to see all the time frames, or at least multitude of time frames, showing me exhaustion, show me TD9 sequential levels have been met. I want to see RSI being at overbought. Like so, there's a couple different things that I'm going to be looking at. I don't feel comfortable in the sense of holding on to a short overnight. Me personally, that's why I would just scalp it and then just look for the next entry. We can come down to 32.17, 32.08 inside of that area where that gray box is at, and then pull right back up. I do think that's logical, Tom. Yeah, I think I do think that, yes. I mean, it's still January. There's no way that this is our low for the year. There's no way this is our low for the year. I mean, we barely made a low, right? It opened up, open 29.70, low is 29.70 even. That's a psychological number right there. So like a 39 cents liquidity right there? Nah. Nope. You want to go higher? That's fine. The higher you go, the deeper you're going to go. And this would have to go 1, 2, 3, 4. Like we literally need to climb to here, 41, 43 inside that area in order to change this setup phase. And if it went to 41, 43, I would short that and look at the same outcome. There's no way that is going to be our low for the year. Makes no sense at all. Does it happen inside of January? Meh. Don't know. Could it happen inside of February, March? Yeah, possible. But yeah, I'm not going to sign on to that being our low. So, us revisiting this area and then sweeping these areas, sweeping even down to here. Yeah. Technically, if you're looking at a monthly, you got a lower high. 34, 33. So maybe we come just a little bit underneath that, right where this support level is at. I'll actually mark that off. Actually, damn, that's right where we went too. Look at that. 33.53. We just tested that support. What was support? It was it broke once before. Now we just retested it. We've retested it more than once, twice actually. This would be the second go. But look what happened when we tested it last time. We had that big push down, right? Retested it, came all the way back down again. It would be a very, 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 very profitable position if January just says, you know what, rest of the month, now we're gonna go bearish. But I'm showing you guys the key levels first on lower time frames, right? 3200s. Can the bulls defend 3200s? No? Okay, cool. Can they defend 3150s? No? All right, bet. Then we have lower targets. Like those are going to be some key levels. 3200s, 3150s. There's a good amount of longs from today that opened from like 3136. 3136, 3147. There's some key positions that opened in that area. But if it decides to move up here, it's literally just the whole objective here is just to squeeze shorts. All right, 10 minutes to Asia. I did, yes. I did mentor him. I will explain scalping in detail. It's just getting in and out of a position, right? So you're mainly working from a lower time frame. I'd say anywhere from like 1 minute to all the way to like a 13 minute. And you're going to be in that position for 10 minutes, maybe an hour. Maybe an hour. So you want to start targeting previous lows. Let's say you're shorting from this area right over here. You want to target this low. This was the low. Let's say you shorted from here. You would have took profit here. That's where you take profit in this area. Oh, but it went down a little bit lower. Well, it's a scalp. The whole point of it was to at least hit 1 to 2 R's on your scalp. Your swing should be doing it, north of 3 R's. Am I your best student then? I don't know if that's a dig, but I mean the guy does do good volume. I don't know what your port looks like or anything like that, or what your volume looks like, but the guy does good volume. He's usually on the leaderboard, so I'm not going to dog the guy in that sense. Yeah, he's probably just taking a break. He's got a family too, and he works a job. So sometimes we just need to take breaks and reset. And so as we're targeting like some of these liquidity zones, it's another reason to scalp it. You're bouncing off those areas. It's front running this area, which is fine. I expect it to probably come back to these levels. Not surprised coming back to those levels at all. Hmm. What you see this red box? See what occurs here inside this red box. That's from 33.81 down to 33.49. But we got like 7 minutes until Asia, so let's see. Oh, excuse me. I believe, a higher time frame, that we're just in this massive consolidation phase. Like ETH can go all the way to 2,200, and although that may seem bearish to some folks, and they may believe that we're inside of a bear market, that's still relatively bullish. Last year low was like 1,300, 1,384, something in that, and then the second half of the year the low was 2,600. So sweeping the second half of the year, but still being above the low of last year, that's relatively bullish. So I believe that we're just in this long consolidation phase. I think some people are, getting ahead of themselves, thinking that we hit all-time high before January actually goes back to those lows, or before February goes back to January lows, or before March goes back to January lows. That's the first high of the year. Think about that. This is the first high of the year. I don't think that's the highest point, but that's the first high of the year. So again, the higher it goes, the deeper it's going to go altogether. Is dangerous. Dangerous. I'm going to try to squeeze these shorts again. That's all I see. I just see it trying to squeeze shorts again. Real test of patience coming along. Real test of patience, especially when Asia opens. We'll see that together. Yep, that's a good eye. Yeah, 33.55. That's good. I think the question would be really is like, do we come back up and fill this wick over here, coming above this level? Kind of weird. Or do we come and fill in this massive gap that we see over here? you know, if we fill this entire thing and then we start rejecting it, right? So we have imbalance that sits over here. So like bulls really need to defend this level right over here. previous highs. They need to defend that area. So I'm gonna go ahead and take. Actually, I'll leave that on. We'll just leave that on. We'll leave all these boxes that are here. So there's a massive block of imbalance. You know, that's 32.97, 32.15, somewhere in that area. So what, roughly like an 82 pip differential? That's quite large. Can we remove Asia from the map? What? No. All right, Asia coming here in a couple of seconds, 40 seconds or so. So just be ready. I've had these headphones on for like 10 hours. Hold on, guys. Little ear rub going on here. Oh, much better. Much better. All right, so let's get ready. Zoom in. I'm gonna do this real quick. Oh no, that's way up there. No, that won't work. That won't work. Never mind. Disregard that idea I was gonna give you. Yeah, most likely come back into these levels. We got a fair value gap that sits here too. This just looks like a massive squeeze. You know, I will do that just because I want to see what that looks like, because there's nothing here really. So let's just assume this being our top, you know, this is where we should have stopped at, and this is just liquidation that's pushing above. I want to look at something like this real quick. That's funny. Let's see if Asia can do it. Just an idea. Just an idea. I need to see where the resistance is going to come from. Well, I need to start seeing resistance being played out on there. I think the bear's in a good spot right here. I mean, we can always get into this area. We do have a fair value gap that sits right over here. Over the red box. We got to name the bear, though, guys. We got to name the bear. It's got to have an appropriate name. One, two, three, four. So it's got to target 33.17 again. Comical. Absolutely comical. Margin call bear, Bubba the defender. Give him a suit. Bob. Khabib. One thing I have noticed is that, Asia comes in and everybody expecting Asia to do something. Asia has just kind of been stagnant. Last night, Asia was stagnant. Asia gave us a pump on Sunday. No, gave us a dump on Sunday. Monday and Tuesday, they've been somewhat stagnant. So I don't know where this B is going to go. I'm just kind of giving you a speculative, like it could be one of these levels or even extension levels again. Because to me, this just doesn't make sense. That would push this higher. That would push this to retesting 33.53 again. Remember I said the higher it goes, the deeper it goes. Man, that would be, gosh, people would lose their mind. Yeah, I'd look again at 33.53, Guido. I think you had the right idea, like 33.55 inside that area. I would definitely be looking at that area. Just be cautious, right? Because you do have a liquidity pocket that sits right here at 33.81. So if you want to try to, capture a Pico entry level, if you will, then I'd be looking at those levels. I think that we got some 33.70 entries that are in here. I think you guys are going to be good. Maybe you have an opportunity to start adding to it. I'm hoping that you took some profits when you saw this dip over here. But this would be like the most ideal thing that we could possibly look for. Erase all these longs down into here. Yeah, that was a good eye too. I think you said 33.55. That fib level goes to 33.54.81. My only concern, well, not my only, but one of my concerns would be just from a sequential count perspective, this printed a 7. So either we revisit this area here and now during Asia or during London, or we come back down to these levels, these deeper levels in this area, sweep all these longs right over here, and then we move back up. Like that's a probability. But I know this fair value gap needs to get filled. It needs to be filled. Just like there's a fair value gap over here that needs to be filled. But just because we have fair value gaps doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to happen on that move. It doesn't happen. It doesn't have to. Let's try that again. See, it doesn't have to happen right away. No, no. I promise you, they don't know. Whatever your portfolio size is, unless you're trading in the millions. I don't believe that they're targeting you. Let's see how many longs opened up. Let's take a look at that real quick. Hold on. So this guy longed right before market close, right around 6:15, so 45 minutes ago. He's short on other alts and long on ETH. He's probably anticipating a rotation over. Well, position size is just like a cool 1.1. Doesn't have a liquidation, so he really doesn't care where it goes. He'll probably end up adding back to his position. Yeah, you got a lot of ooh, this guy, man, this is from earlier today. Yeah, that was earlier today. Ooh, bro, you haven't taken profit? We literally have longs and shorts opening at the same target area. Like I haven't seen anybody that's relatively holding a long or a short from a higher level. My goodness, this guy's still in it. Talk about conviction. Yeah, because he's got his BTC. He's got his BTC long from 92. 50-50 majority of the market right now is still long. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. I'll put the charts back on. Hold on. It's a mixed bag. Like people are shorting from this area and people are longing from this area. You know, starting to see a break above. Panda, just in case Bob might be struggling solo. Yeah, no. Fair value gap. Yeah, they're coming for these shorts. I mean, I'm all for it. Don't get me wrong. I'm still holding my long. I mean, my long is way underneath here. My long is from down in these levels. So come get me. That's kind of my position. Come get me. Maybe they can hear me. Come get me. Come get me. Now, if they come get me, y'all gotta owe me a thank you. I want my flowers. And in time. We saw the same chart last time. It pumped. Yeah, we saw something similar. Yeah, like this. And then moved up and then it kind of stalled and then it legged up. Yep. Good observation on that. We should clear this area. I think maybe this level right over here. 33.99 right at 34.07, somewhere in that area. 89 minute. I got it all out to 34.49. See that 89 minute printed a 9 here, which is much lower. So in order for this setup phase to truly change, 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, that's a big drop. That's a big drop. It's easier to go and sweep these shorts inside of these areas, inside of this extension level, and then move down. It's just an easier move. But this is stagnant. Oh, Asia. Push it up already. Take out those shorts. Move us higher so we can get a better entry. Make my long print harder. I feel like Rose from the Titanic. Come back. Come back. Yeah, we got a couple shave bottoms. For my boy, I hope BTC doesn't hit that 107 area. I don't want to see him liquidated, and I definitely don't want to see him have to remove his testicles. Figuratively speaking, of course. I hope he's right. Give me a quick second to use the restroom, guys. Nah, bro. He's still gonna be killer, bro. The guy can still out trade like 95% of people, to be quite honest. So I'm rooting for him. Don't get me wrong. I'm rooting for him. I don't want to see. I don't want to see him be wrong. I mean, do I get that it happens in the market? You know, sometimes people are wrong. Yeah, absolutely. But I'm rooting for the guy. It's all about being team player, right? I don't want to see anybody get hurt in the sense of positions or anything like that. I wouldn't want that for anybody. $32.07 shave bottle. Oh, what time frame was that? 1 hour? Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you. Yep. I've literally had headphones on for like the last 11 hours. Oh, my ears. You ever seen those TikTok videos where like people are giving like head massages like in India or something like that? Then they massage the ear and like they pop the ear. I could probably use one of those after today. Been short, bro. Not longing this area. I'm not longing up here. I'm still long. Long hasn't changed. Long from 3,064. I had add backs. My average went to 3,078. Took profits, had more add backs. And so my average is like 3,093. Not adding anymore. Not at these levels. Not before that fair value gaps gets cleared. Yeah, that's what it kind of looks like. No, it looks like it's just ranging here. I don't disagree with that. I think maybe it's going to kind of stall out over here, which kind of flows with the way the market works when you have distribution. Let's look at USDT. Right, so like this looks like accumulation. You give a massive push down to the downside, and then you're kind of moving sideways. So then you have accumulation that builds here. Now, if you look at the other side, the way ETH is setting up, and it'll go to 1 minute, just kind of match it. You had a massive push up to the upside, and now you're just kind of relatively moving sideways. That would look like distribution. So I'm really focused on what happens here for BTC. I mean USDT. Excuse me. It needs to climb over those levels. That's really what you're looking for. It's just stuck inside this little tiny range. Give me dump. Give me pump. I don't care. Just do something. I swear ETH is like performing like a high value escort, like that just won't put out. Gives you everything in the world to tease you, and then it just moves sideways, and you're just sitting here. Sorry, was that inappropriate? But that's the best way for me to put it. No, Killa didn't get stopped out yet. It's pinned in his corner. He's running that to 107. Nah. Oh, well, that was the best way to describe it. I got the headphones on. I need the headphones really because I need music when I'm trading. It just helps me stay focused. Yeah, 104 is his level. We didn't reach 104. I don't think he got stopped out. He refilled? Okay. Oh, okay. Better understood. Do you want me to take off my sock? Yes. No. I'm going to leave it on. Like, can you just get to the point of what I paid for? Okay, yeah. I think he was up to like 97, right? Yeah. Just being compressed. Same crap we saw right over here. Just being compressed in a little area and then boop. Would not be surprised if it literally comes down to this level, just taps into this fair value gap and pulls right back up. That's just straight sideways. We already know where the shaved bottom's at. I'm just going to leave that on for the fair value gap, which is pretty evident. Anybody can see that. It's the size of a barnyard door, really. Yeah, for sure, bro. Good night, bro. You're heading off. Good night, bro. Yeah, I'm going to give it like 20 more minutes. Well, I reached my all-time high of streaming. I'm at 11 hours today. My high before was 10 hours. So definitely hit a goal today, streaming-wise. Working my way up to a 24-hour one. I don't know when I'll do that, but I have a feeling one of these days I will. Hey, we got to have loads of entertainment and lots of coffee. I'm not leaving yet, so just look for these levels. Anything inside this red box, see if this red box can maintain itself. If not, you're looking for something with a 4 in front of it, or 34, 3400s and up. Go to 89-minute real quick, because I have a 1.272 level that sits right at 3449. So that's what I would be looking for. You might just got to sit on your hands for a little bit. If it pushes all the way down and comes down to these levels inside of these areas and erases that 3207 imbalance in that area, then see if you get a bounce and look for the long in that area. See if you can get back into the zone. This is literally like my dream setup, if you will, right here. That's what I'd be looking for. You know what? So what I may do, I might switch this up tomorrow. So I'll do the class. I'll do the Discord. I'll do the private class. I actually get a wait. That's not tomorrow. Today's Tuesday. I'm losing my mind here. Just speaking in advance. I'm already ahead of my time. I'll do the Thursday class. I'll do that for about like an hour, maybe an hour and a half at most, and then I'll switch over to YouTube after. So the people that are there for the class, they can be there for the class, and then the people that are there for like setups and things like that, and we'll do it on YouTube. What do you guys think? Yes. Yeah, tomorrow's still live. Of course, yeah. Same time. I'll be here like around 8 a.m., 8:30, somewhere in that time frame. I'll be here before New York opens, excuse me. So we'll look at some fresh ideas. And I'll be running pretty much the same schedule that I ran today. Remember Tuesdays and Wednesdays are going to be your most profitable days. So this is one of the reasons why I'm running a little bit longer on today specifically. Hey, look at that. You actually broke below. What are you going to do with it now? ETH took off her sock. She took off her sock. Do you want to see my toes? Yes, I want to see your toes. What else are you going to show me? That is such a dumb wave B. That should have went here. But then again, I was measuring from different levels. What are you? No, you. And I wanted that to go higher so I can get a deeper level. But you're probably just going to fart around. You'll probably give me that. Somewhere inside here, you'll probably give me one of these. Or maybe you're just going to tap the top of this over here. This just makes the most sense. Give everybody a do-over. Oh no. I can see her pinky toe. Watch out, boys. She's getting a little friendly here. She's getting a little friendly here. Would I prefer YouTube? Yeah, I like the YouTube. I mean, it helps me personally, right? Just more exposure in that sense. So kind of killing two birds with one stone. Like full disclosure in that sense. Oh, snap. Let me see her big toe. I don't know. Maybe she's kind of kinky and she likes the bear. Do you want to see mud bear? There, you got mud bear. She likes Bob. Maybe. We'll see. Still don't trust you though. 1, 2, 3, 4. Close above here. Keeps the sequential count. All this has imbalance over here, so we'll come back to this level at some point. Yep, just scalping it. Oops, wrong button. Sorry about that. $34.49. Yeah, just let it ride. You know, if it doesn't come to that entry, just wait. If it doesn't come to that entry, then just wait for the long. At this point, brother, it's just about protecting capital. Just protecting capital. It will come, but the recovery is not going to come in one day, one shot. And I know you know that. I know you've heard that, but just be patient here. You know, Wednesday's going to give us a whole new setup. If anything, what you can do is, you know, set your alarm to London. And I've usually see London moving like at least on my time, that's like 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning. It opens at 1, but like I start to see movement like at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. So maybe just, you know, calling it a day in that sense, moving, getting some rest your eyes, rest your brain, rest your mental status. Yeah. She said no. She wants to put her socks back on. She said, nope. You don't pay me. But I thought you liked the bear. You don't like the bear? Excuse me. I'll still be here for a little while, about 20 more mics. But I do want to send you guys off in the proper way while we watch these charts while they develop. That being said, I appreciate you guys being here. I appreciate you guys spending the time with me. We literally killed 11 hours today. We had some losses. We had some wins. Overall, some of us have been profitable on these scalps. I'm hoping today's stream showed you how to scalp and what to look for with scalping. If that's something that's still foreign to you, then I highly recommend when I put my poll tomorrow on Discord inside the corner, I'm going to include scalps in there. So maybe that might help some of you guys. But nevertheless, I do want to send you guys off in the proper way before I do log off here in the next 20 minutes. That being said, Father God, thank you for this stream and for being with us through this whole session. Today had both losses and wins, red candles and green ones, but through it all, you were steady even when the market wasn't. Father God, we surrender the results of today to you, the good trades and even the bad trades, the lessons and the emotions. Use all of it to grow us in wisdom, discipline, and humility. Father God, we ask that you remind us that our identity is not in our P&L, our worth is not in our win rate, and our security is not in the market, but it's in you. Where we feel frustrated, I ask that you give us peace. Where we feel fear, I ask that you give us faith. Where we made mistakes today, give us the courage to learn and adjust. Father God, I ask that you cover every person who was part of this stream today and every family they represent. Protect our minds from overtrading and revenge trading after we log off. Give us rest in our bodies, calm in our thoughts, and clarity when we come back to the charts tomorrow. We thank you for what we've gained that doesn't show on a screen, which is patience, perspective, and growth. We place today, our accounts, and our future in your hands, and we pray all this in Jesus' name. Amen. All right, so someone's got to pray over you guys. I'm still here. I haven't left yet. But good night if you're logging off already. I'll be here for the next couple more minutes, about 18 more minutes or so. Yep, still here. But for sure, thank you guys. I appreciate you guys being here with me. And I'll try to add more stuff to the streams, still building it out. Some more entertaining points, if you will, when we run into some stagnation. Yeah, I'm a little tired. I'm just used to teaching though, man. I've been teaching for years, so I'm used to doing these long hauls, and I like to talk. If you can't tell, not to hear myself, but I like to talk. Yeah, I mean, it's still looking at these targets over here. We can still come back into this level right over here. Maybe we get a double top, somewhere inside this area. So like this whole red box, you know, that's something that I'm gauging. If I look at it from a lower time frame perspective, right? If you really want to get nitty gritty with it, you know, make another box to this right here and then open it up that way. Put you right there. Actually, you know what? I need this bear to like defecate on them. This is really what we need. With no tissue. I'm gonna give him a little brick, put a little brick in his hand. Saint A. That's pretty cool. I give you gold star for that one. That's creative. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Just shoot me a DM on Discord and I can walk you through it. There's availability. I have a whole bunch of indicators. These are all the ones. These are all invite only, but these are the ones that I offer to people. So just shoot me a DM. There's an a la carte. Sometimes people just want the whole thing. Usually they come with lifetime access. Well, not usually. They do come with lifetime access. My bear might be hungry, so we gotta feed him. What do you think? A bear likes pie? Nope. Do they have cigars or cigarettes on here? Oh, we can give him some gas though. Don't judge me, guys. Don't judge me. Ah. It doesn't let you move like that. That's okay. So how about I just, that's fine. I'll do them like that. You get the idea. All right. What else does he need here? All right. That works. Well, he has pie. I gave him some pie. They do like honey, but I gave him some pie. Do they have mustaches on here? What is all this? This is all crap. I don't need this. Oh, maybe he needs a little juice box in case he gets thirsty, but he only has 2 hands. He ate too much pie. He's got an upset tummy now. He's a little gassy. He's going to need some medicine for that soon. Yeah, just I got you. Let me look on Discord. Yeah, I'm just tired of these shorts being taken on both sides, so just entertaining you guys on the way out. Um I got you. Yep. Yeah, just added you. You're good. There we go again. People are so weird. They're going to long every single dip that they see. It doesn't matter how short it is, they're gonna long that dip. Just straight up weird. Sweep these already. There's probably not enough people longing in this area. You probably got more people trying to short. People just spamming right now. I think Asia is going to push it up. Or, excuse me. I think Asia is just going to run sideways, and I think London is the one that's going to take us back up. Totally satisfied if Asia decides to dump, but just the way PA is right now, set aside sessions, right? Just looking at price action, after you have a pump up like that, you usually see sideways movement. It's either going to be distribution or you're going to see reaccumulation. But to reaccumulate here in these areas doesn't make any sense. I would look for reaccumulation, somewhere inside of these zones, inside of these areas. So it looks like distribution. So it's sideways. So Asia could be running like this for like the next 4 or 5 hours. I'll be monitoring it, from mobile, things like that. When I hop off here, I'm going to grab a bite to eat, take a shower, grab a bite to eat, and then just kind of unwind. But I'll still have my phone with me, looking at these, seeing what's going on. If I see something crazy, I'll post it inside my corner. But this idea that I had here, just wave C just got pushed up really, which feeds into like a wave 5, because this was a wave 3 over here. Then I was looking at wave 5s being inside of these zones. What are you? Where are you from? You're from that move to that move. ABC. Okay, that should have been a wave. That shouldn't be a wave 3. That should be actually labeled as a C wave. A. B. C. Yeah. So then that was a wave 4. So I'm looking for an ABC here. Let me drop this down a little bit. Where's 1? Yeah. Okay, so it's definitely not 1. I know that. You've 1.125. Okay. Okay. I'm just going to minimize this for now. Actually, I'm going to just change this to a different color. No, because I already have too many blues that are in there. So I'll just change it to black. And I need to correct the name on this. I don't know why I had wave 3. This should have been wave C. Considering that I tapped all the way into here, I really don't even need that. So what else? 1.272. So I don't need that. I really don't even need that. That taps into that level. So maybe you give me a deep A. That sounds inappropriate. And then I'll get my push down. That's one way of looking at it. An extension wave to go deeper. Need to collect more liquidity to go deeper. I'm just speculating. That's an idea I'll be playing around with. But we'll probably review that by tomorrow. All right, guys. I love you guys. I hit my targets today in the sense of time, things of that nature. We'll be here again tomorrow, same time, 8 a.m., 8:15. Just make sure that you're either following the page or setting your notifications so that way you know exactly when I'm running live. I'll be posting it inside of Discord when I do run live. And then same game plan tomorrow, looking for positions, scalps, intradays, things of that nature. Any questions that you may have, anything that was confusing for you today, please feel free to shoot me a DM on Discord. If I don't get to it tonight, I'll get to it by early in the morning and try to answer for you. Outside of that, hopefully this information today was resourceful to you. And above all, you guys were profitable. And I'll catch you guys tomorrow. God bless you. Peace be with you. Love you guys. Peace.